Good morning. Welcome back to day 2 of the Maryland Planning Commissioners Association's 38th Annual Conference. We have a full slate of sessions today, including an annual meeting and keynote speaker around the lunch hour. Hopefully we'll be able to stay on track and get everything on time, but we're here and we're gonna have all of some great panels today. Before we get into our first session, I am going to put up 2 polls just to get a sense of our audience. So please look for some polls. If you're having trouble answering the poll, you can get out of the full screen mode. Okay, so first question, what region of the state are you from or do you represent here today? All right, I'm going to close it. All right. Yesterday was dominated by Southern Maryland, but today we have a strong Western Maryland showing early for our first session. Thank you very much. I'm going to go on to the next one. And now this one is what is your role? So I'm attending today in the following role: local planning board or commission member, local government staff, state government staff, nonprofit representative, or other community stakeholder. Okay, I'm gonna close it, share it. All right, similar to yesterday, a comparable percentage of local government staff to local board or planning commissioner. Okay, so let me hide that. All right, so now I'm gonna get us started with our first session today, which is expanding broadband across Maryland. We have Charlotte Davis, the Executive Director of the Rural Maryland Council, John Hartline, the Executive Director of the Tri-County Council of Southern Maryland, Matt Defoe, the Government Affairs Manager for Chop Tank Electric Cooperative, and Deanna Sobczak, COO for Think Big Networks. I probably butchered a few names in there. I apologize, but now I am going to. Hey, Charlotte, do you mind turning off your camera for the presentation port? There we go. We'll have the cameras on at the end. Let's see.
All right. Okay. Good morning, everybody. All right. So I am getting to my presentation, and hopefully you all can see this.
Yes.
All right. Well, great. Well, thank you for having me this morning. I'm excited to be here to talk about broadband, particularly, thanks to broadband that's enabling this session and for us to be together in this manner virtually. And I think the pandemic has really shown the importance of broadband and the major issues that it brings up. The three major issues that we see that cut across the whole state is accessibility, whether residents have access to the assets itself. Do they even have a wired service? Do they have a tower nearby? Do they have access to infrastructure to support the internet? Can they afford it? That's becoming more and more of an issue. Can they afford that monthly service? We're seeing places across the state are having, residents are having challenges in that. And then adaptability. How do people use it? How do they use the internet? We have a number of seniors that don't see the utility of it. So encouraging people to better utilize the internet. And this issue cuts across urban, rural, and suburban. It doesn't matter, and we see it cut across industry, education, healthcare, workforce development. It just cuts across everything. And then I always start with this: the challenges are the same, but our solutions are different. So what works in rural doesn't necessarily work in urban. There's just no size that fits all. But we do see this as a major issue across all of Maryland. And so access has always been an issue. We've been working on this now since I started with the Rural Maryland Council, and in our 25-year history, I think we've always been advocating for better internet and broadband to rural communities. So we have studied this for a long time, and about 15 to 20% of Maryland households lack access to high-speed internet. The majority of those are going to be in rural households. We see it's about 19%. But if you look at the speeds and the standards, so using the FCC standard of 25 megabits per second download, 3 megabits per second upload, 36% of Maryland households lack access to broadband. Compared to our, our fellow states, we are actually pretty, fairly ahead of, particularly in the Midwest and the West. Nationally, we see rural areas across the country, closer to 40% lack access. And the main reason why this happens is because the business model doesn't work in rural areas. It's dependent upon population densities. And then finally, I always have to remind people, the internet's not a regulated utility. We cannot compel the providers to provide the service. And so this is a federal law, and we cannot be preempted. States are preempted. So we cannot regulate broadband like a utility. So there's a number of state entities that were created to address this issue. The Rural Broadband Coordinating Council, it's administered through the RMC. It was reauthorized last year. We have the Maryland Broadband Cooperative. John Hartline is going to talk a little bit more about them. The Office of Statewide Broadband, which was recently codified earlier this year from the Office of Rural Broadband, and then the One Maryland Broadband Network. That's the interagency conduit in the suburban areas. And so what's the state done in the last couple of years to expand broadband deployment? So 2 years ago, they allowed alternative entities to provide broadband services. You'll hear from Mpca with Chop Tank Fiber. The rural electric utilities were interested in becoming broadband providers, and we have passed legislation to allow that. Last session, we did a dig once policy. That is for municipal and local governments, that when you all are planning to do infrastructure improvements, mainly water and wastewater, that when you've got that conduit trench open along the side of the road, that you put in conduit for broadband at the same time. The last session in 2021, the legislature passed the Digital Connectivity Act that codified, as I just mentioned, the Office of State Broadband, and then reauthorized the Rural Broadband Coordinating Council, and then created a couple funds that I'll go into shortly. Looking at resource sharing agreements, if there is already existing conduit alongside mainly state highways, specifically if it's owned by DoIT or another state agency like the State Highway Administration, they ask that providers enter into resource sharing agreements. The federal law, if federal dollars were used to install that fiber, it requires that the provider enter into a resource sharing agreement, and then there's a specific carve out with lower fees for the rural broadband portion. They raised procurement limits. Having to go through state procurement for some of this is a real challenge, particularly with timelines. It takes pretty long. So they did increase the procurement limit from 100,000 to 200,000. And then there's been significant funding dedicated to broadband, thanks to Governor Hogan and the Maryland legislature, that we hope is going to really make a dent in getting all of Maryland covered with broadband. And so here is the rundown of the FY 2022 state funding, which we are currently in. Initially, it was $300 million for adoption, affordability, and connectivity. Back in August, mid-August, the governor allocated an additional $100 million for ARPA dollars. So we're looking at the availability of $400 million, and you can see the breakout listed. Some of that is to be dedicated to monthly fee subsidies, some for devices, some for municipal broadband, the GAP networks, the education program, the digital navigators, and then rural broadband deployment and actual capital assets as part of this. So just want to briefly mention affordability. You'll see here that the 520,000 Maryland households do not subscribe to a wireline broadband service. Particularly those are concentrated in our urban and suburban areas. And then you'll see of interest to us is really the 25% of seniors that don't utilize the internet. Our rural areas in Maryland are traditionally older population wise. We have a lot of retirees that move into rural areas, and then all the young people generally move out for education or work. So overall, we have a population that is older. And then of those, 25% don't see the utility of broadband. So it's a particular challenge. So affordability, really impacts rural areas as well. We always talk about pricing, and so here is the FCC map about what the averages are, and you can kind of see how it increases based on speed. And you also need to keep an eye on teaser rates. A lot of times the providers offer a 3 months reduced fee in exchange for fees later, so you do need to check those when you're reviewing plans. And then the FCC administers an emergency broadband benefit. This is available currently, and we are encouraging Maryland residents that qualify to apply for this benefit. It's $50 a month. Also allows some funding for devices. And then here's the eligibility for folks. If you've been impacted by COVID-19 due to a job loss, or your family qualifies for free and reduced meals, you're receiving a Pell Grant, you qualify for the emergency broadband benefit. So here's how to apply. Advise anybody to go to getemergencybroadband.org. And then the state is using the ARPA funds to enhance that emergency broadband benefit. I did check in on those numbers. Currently, the state is funding about 91,000 households with this emergency broadband benefit. However, 250,000 households are eligible, so it is highly underutilized. That's why I encourage anybody that that might have an issue with affording monthly service to please, if they qualify, to please apply for the FCC emergency broadband benefit. So adaptability. It doesn't matter if you can afford it or access it if you don't have the devices to connect to the internet. And so we still see a large, significant portion of households that do not have devices. And then, just how do you integrate vulnerable communities, those people that are highly mobile, the homeless, the elderly. Thanks to Montgomery County and the Office of Statewide Broadband and the Maryland Extension did host a Digital Inclusion Summit earlier this year to try and figure out how do we reach these households. Typically, adoption programs have been hosted, say, at the local library but right now they're advertising all of this stuff on the internet. So if you don't have the internet, you're not going to see any of this. So this is really a tough population to reach. And we find that our rural populations generally are fairly isolated and they are very difficult to reach. So I did say, the General Assembly did create some funds to address this issue. The Digital Inclusion Fund was included in the legislation earlier this year in 2021. And this is related to, capacity building for local governments and nonprofits, organizations to expand digital literacy. Right now, there's no funding source identified. However, the governor did appropriate $2 million towards the training of residents on the use of digital tools. I don't have any other information about, I believe the University of Maryland Extension has been designated as the entity to help push this. However, I'm not aware right now of any particular programs that have been implemented. There are a number of federal funding opportunities available. There's always been the USDA Rural Utility Service under Rural Development and the Reconnect program. We have seen entities on the shore apply for and receive funds through Reconnect. The Federal Communications Commission Rural Digital Opportunities Fund. Now there was a recent award to Talkie Communications. Now that's over a 10-year period, so it's not like they've got the funding yet. Starlink was the big awardee nationally. There's some thoughts that this low orbit satellite network that Starlink is building is going to be the rural broadband solution into the future. Still getting off the ground. However, there are some Maryland sites that will be covered under Starlink under the FCC RDOF program. The American Rescue Plan Act did include broadband funding. The state is still waiting for guidance for how that funding can be used. We are told it is only can be used for unserved areas. So it really gets down to the definition for how you define unserved. You know, Maryland, we typically define as anything that doesn't meet the FCC standard at 25.3. So we're still waiting to hear what that exact definition is going to be. The National Telecommunications and Information Administration, they're a federal independent agency. They received some funding as well for broadband infrastructure. Those applications were due in August. We have not seen those awards announced yet. And then everybody's waiting for this infrastructure package. There will be additional funding for broadband in that package. I'm just going to touch on mapping real quick. I think the speakers behind me are going to talk about this. A lot of concern about mapping and how you identify it. You know, the one challenge I would say, while we can identify physical assets and where those lines are, we have a really hard time mapping where the people are that can't afford the service are. They're interspersed in this, and it's really difficult. You could probably isolate it into areas that are lower per capita incomes, but you know, it's not a good guide for everybody's interspersed in these maps. It's really tough to get to these people. So just future issues of what we're looking at. We've always been advocating that all federal funds be distributed as a block grant to the states. The federal agencies have a policy they don't overinvest in areas that already have an existing investment. So we do have a number of federal investments for broadband. So we always advocate for that block grant approach, which is what they've been doing. We advocate for better joint use of facilities to avoid overbuild. We're a little concerned. The results of the many of you may remember BTOP back during the Great Recession. Similar type situation where we're using economic stimulus to enhance broadband infrastructure build out. And we spent a lot of money on this issue already to find that, you know, we still have a problem. I'm still concerned, you know, same thing could happen again where we put in a lot of money to build out assets, but we still have 5 to 10% of those really rural, less dense areas that are just not going to get reached. We have the traditional deployment issues. So access to rights of way and easements have always been a challenge. Pole attachments and make ready work on those poles, depending on who owns them, have been a challenge. And then the funds for affordability are operating dollars. Those dollars are only available for 1 year. So we really don't know what's going to happen in the future and how we're going to continue to pay, you know, subsidize these monthly bills, because generally accessibility and most of the appropriations have been capital dollars. So they're really meant to build out assets, build lines, connect homes, not necessarily subsidize monthly bills. So the municipal broadband, I mentioned there's $45 million in the FY22 capital budget. We don't know how that program's going to be deployed because most municipal areas in this state have multiple carriers available to them. They are well covered. So the federal funding is not going to be available to municipalities because they're currently already served. It goes back to that definition of unserved. And then just throwing in, previous issues, net neutrality, we're unclear of the new administration or where they're going. And then how do we ensure that there is capacity into the future as the Internet of Things grows? Everybody wants if you want the Google car, you want the drone attack, drone deliveries, your refrigerators connected to the Internet, your television's connected to the Internet, all those devices and is going to take bandwidth. So making sure that we've got availability of bandwidth and broadband to facilitate telecommunications into the future is going to be real important. So here's my contact information. I'm happy to take questions at the end, and I will turn it over to Mr. Hartline.
Thank you, Charlotte. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to take a few minutes to talk about the internet itself and some of the challenges that we are running into with the broadband. The first thing I wanted to cover was the actual problem of the internet isn't all in one place. It's spread out all over the world. It's an international network, and it's made up of 4 different components. There's a long haul component. It's part of the worldwide network, and that connects countries or major cities, either within the United States or with other countries. And typically, those long hauls can run quite a distance. They're usually fiber optic. And in some cases, they're so expensive, there's not a lot of redundancy. Typically, they're running at gigabit speeds or even 10 or 100 gigabit speeds. But those long hauls are beginning to be stretched by all of the new things that we're putting on the internet. In the middle area, there's something called the backbone of the internet. And typically those tie big cities together or regions together. The Maryland Broadband Cooperative operates on a section that goes over to the backbone. It's located over in Fairfax County. There are various nodes. There's some near the University of Maryland. There's some up in Baltimore. Sometimes we have to reach across state lines to other locations. But major cities have this, and they're usually, they grew up around the universities. So Pittsburgh has one, Boston has one, but those speeds going to those are typically at a gigabit speed, billion bits per second. The Maryland Broadband Cooperative operates in what we call the middle mile. We're statewide. We were created, as Charlotte mentioned before, out of the BTOP grant. The cooperative is actually not a cooperative of people, but a cooperative of corporations and internet suppliers. It currently has about 120 members. Of those, about 70 members are internet service providers. That's actual companies like Chop Tank Electric or Think Big. Some of them are large, like AT&T and Comcast. And then,
pardon me, John. This is Joe Griffith. Charlotte, do you have some slides for John you were going to share?
I do. They're on.
Up there now. This one now.
Oh, this is the correct slide?
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay. And finally, the last mile problem, and the last mile really doesn't refer to a single mile, but it's when you get down to the county or the city or the neighborhood area. And I happen to live in La Plata, and in our neighborhood, we have about 300 houses probably. And that's where you get down to individual houses or individual neighborhoods. Now, the thing that has happened, or the unusual thing that's happened since COVID, is this structure was designed to take, you ask for a piece of data, and then they send you a lot of data. It was designed for download. It reminds me of the power network, where it's designed to have a power plant someplace, and then that power goes down through a distribution center to the individual house. Well, during COVID, that got turned backwards, because everybody that has a school child, and in my neighborhood, there's a number of school children and a number of school teachers. All of a sudden, instead of going and asking for a piece of data and having it loaded, each one of them wanted to Zoom or Teams or GoToMeeting and upload data, their pictures, their video, be participating in a class. And so a system that was designed for upload speeds of maybe 10 megabits, in the rural areas we're talking 3 megabits per second. Now people need 25, they need 50. They need numbers where they can stream video up to their school teacher, as well as get their school teacher's picture on their computer and at their workplace. And that has severely strained the network. And it also showed that in rural areas, it was very detrimental to learning, and the digital divide was exposed, that there was the lack of internet in the rural areas was severely limiting the capabilities of school children in the rural areas to learn, as well as in a number of urban areas. So that problem has been exposed, and that's the problem that we need to work on to make some progress on. Do you want to go to the next slide? The question becomes then, the federal government and the state government have provided money down to the states and the local areas to say, we want to cover all of these blank places on the map, is kind of the euphemism for that. Places that don't have internet service. And to figure out how to cover those places and figure out how to pay for one place but not overbuild in another place, you need a good map. So the legislature has provided funding, and they want a map. And that map, as soon as I saw the problem and saw it suggested, when I heard about maps, I definitely thought of planning. That's why we're here today talking to you. And I had seen presentations a few years ago by the planning secretary locally here. And I had asked, why doesn't the Department of Planning have something on their list of parcels that says whether they have internet service or not? And I guess in the past, nobody's thought about it. But really, if you're going to gather that information and provide it to people making decisions, it has to start at the local level. It has to be at the county level. The county people know the areas that don't have service and have service. And so I'm here to suggest that we need to take a look at how we would solve this mapping problem. And do you want to go one more, Charlotte? So we need to know not what the federal government has done. They've done it by the census block. And I looked at my own census block that I'm in. It's 2 miles wide and it's about 4 miles long. And much of it's rural, but a small amount of it is suburban. The federal government says we have service there, but actually we only have service in my neighborhood. So that is a problem. And what we need is we need to have census block information on whether there is internet service at a particular lot. We need to know, is it wired service? Is that wired service above ground or underground service? We need to know, is it fiber or is it something like coaxial cable? Some places are only going to be able to be served by wireless or by point-to-point. And Charlotte mentioned there already people have geosynchronous satellites service, but it's very poor. And low Earth orbit has the possibility of improving that, but it's still going to be of limited utility. And then some areas may only be served by cell service, and a lot of people have high-speed cell service. I have pretty good service at my house, but you go out to the rural areas and with 3G and 4G, you cannot really stream a picture, and you can't really be effectively in a Zoom meeting. And so we need to know just what kind of service is at a parcel. And additionally, we need to know what is the upload speed and what is the download speed. It's not just good enough to know whether you have service, but you need to have some understanding of what is available there. And we have seen since COVID, I happen to have a 10 megabit upload speed at my house, which is good enough for me, but for my neighbor with 2 teachers and 3 kids, all trying to Zoom to school and classes at one time, they need something much, much higher than that. And that's why I think this should be attached to parcels. And I do believe that it's a problem that should be solved by the counties and the county planners, and then that information can be made available to the state. I want to pass this on to the next presenter. I want to also mention that the Chop Tank Electric and Think Big are both members of the Broadband Cooperative of Maryland. So that's my presentation. I'm open for questions. Go ahead.
Thanks, John. This is Deanna Subzak, and I am actually the COO of Think Big Networks. And first, I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to actually speak in front of you today. We are an internet service provider, and we are currently building fiber networks in Kent County, Queen Anne's County, Charles, and Hartford County. And we're also one of the recipients of the first grants in Charles County from 2020 from the Infrastructure Program. I'm sorry, of course, my dog started barking. So having the fact that we are one of the first private companies that have been able to go out and start one of the grant funding programs that were put out by the Office of Statewide Broadband, I wanted to talk to you about some of the challenges that we are faced with roads and right-of-ways, and also shed light on what you planners can actually anticipate coming in the next 3 years. So the grant funding that is being deployed for 2022 neighborhood grants has a completion deadline of December 31st, 2023, and the infrastructure grant has a 3-year build period. This being said, there's going to be a massive amount of broadband deployment over the next 3 years in Maryland. All of this construction means that there are going to be a lot of permit requests into the state and local jurisdictions over the next 3 years. And for state and county and town roads, the ISP will just go through the appropriate permitting processing and then begin to build. I'm so sorry about my dog. But unfortunately, many roads in these unserved areas aren't state or local roads. They're either roads of use that have no right-of-ways or they're private roads. And even though the county maintains them, it doesn't mean that the county has a right-of-way on the side in order to offer grant of access. So this leads to the big challenge that we're having, and that's being granted easements from the landowners to bury conduit, fiber, and hand boxes along the road within the first 10 feet of the property. What we have found is that many landowners that are very eager for broadband are gladly grant easements. Unfortunately, though, not all landowners agree. You know, there's a lot of older people. There are people that just believe in, you know, they don't want to have their land invaded on. They're resistant to the internet, and then there's also many parcels in rural areas where we can't even find the landowner, or that the landowner is actually deceased and the deed hasn't transferred to their heirs, so there's no one to get an easement from. You know, we can do things to try to work around where, you know, can we come in from another area? Can we miss one to the road? But that's not always, you know, to get to the other side, but that's not always a possibility, because in rural areas, a lot of times the landowners, they own both sides of the road. So when you're trying to deploy broadband in a quick fashion, obviously this is a major obstacle. Internet service can also be deployed on poles, but the process of working with the pole owners and going through the engineering and the pole make-ready process is time-consuming and also very expensive. So what we have been doing is we have been trying to work with some legislators to try to resolve this issue and to try to propose legislation that will allow all landowners the right to broadband access for telemedicine, education, and remote working. We realize this is a very challenging topic because of the rights, land rights and owners' rights, but we are hopeful that somehow we can come to a resolution. So many people in the rural areas are dealing with the digital divide, first because of the cost actually to bring the service to them, which we're addressing and taking care of. But second, if we can't deploy, if we don't have right-of-ways, or if we don't get easements, then we can't deploy. And I think everyone on this call realizes, you know, how important over the last year and a half, you know, we've really seen how important broadband is for working, education, and medicine. So thank you. And I am going to pass it over to Matt Tapu.
Whoops, no sound, Matt.
There we go. Thank you, Deanna. Just want to say good morning to everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Matt Tafu. I'm the Government Affairs Manager here at Choptank Electric Cooperative, and also with our wholly subsidiary Choptank Fiber. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and turn off my webcam. Just want to make sure you guys are seeing what I, okay.
Matt, we're seeing it in the, you know, the black background. So go up to display settings and change that.
Is that good?
There you go. Perfect.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So quickly, a lot of great points have been made today, especially in the last few years of where we've come as a state and an industry to help provide more access to high-speed internet in the state. Just a little bit overview of Choptank Electric Cooperative. Here is kind of by the numbers. We are located in all 9 counties on the Eastern Shore with about 55,000 members. Now, our members are electric co-op members who, you know, are either residential, commercial, agriculture as well. We have 152 employees full-time here on the shore at our Denton headquarters, and then also at our Salisbury Regional Service Center. Kind of over there is what is on the electric side of, and I want to point out just the 2 big numbers here on this slide is that we have 6,328 miles of lines, and a majority of that is underground, but however, we do have a good amount above ground on the poles that you see in the rural areas here on the shore. And then within those lines, we only average about 8.7 meters. So 8.7 members or meters. Some members have more than 1 meters, but take those 2 numbers in account when I continue my presentation. One thing we do also pride ourselves on is that 99.98% reliability number of our electric grid system. So the pathway through broadband. So a number of electric cooperatives throughout the country are getting into the broadband industry or space. They've been doing it now for over 5 to 7 years, depending where you are in the country. And that is due to the regulatory burdens they may have at the state level. So when Choptank was looking into getting to the broadband space to help serve our members who did not have access to high-speed internet, we in 2019 first looked at how we could use our existing easements for broadband and telecommunication purposes. That's more of the middle mile fiber leasing portion that was mentioned earlier by John. And in 2000, we passed House Bill 999, which allowed Choptank to become a member-regulated cooperative. That basically allowed us to come out from the PSC in some areas to then use our existing assets, our utility assets, that's your poles, our middle mile fiber that we have for our smart grid, and then also just using the in-house suppliers and personnel that we have here at the cooperative. Within that bill, we had to do a vote by our membership. So we held that in August 13th, 2020. And it was overwhelmingly 98% yes. I think we had over 13,000 members vote yes to become member regulated and to get into the broadband space. And then from there, earlier this year, we spun up our Choptank Fiber wholly owned subsidiary here at the cooperative, and it's our little logo. And we had our initial ribbon cutting of our first member was hooked up to high-speed internet on April 15th. We had, there you see on the left-hand side, Rick Gordon from the Governor's Office of Statewide Broadband, the Eastern Shore delegation, and then Governor Hogan and many other dignitaries. A real quick story about this is the family that we hooked up to the high-speed internet actually was one of the first families in the 1930s that was hooked up to electric during Choptank's first rollout into the rural areas on the Eastern Shore. So moving forward, we are continuing to have projects in Queen Anne's County, Caroline, Somerset, and now Wicomico. We've been leveraging the Office of Statewide Broadband funds the last application go around, and we expect to do again a number of applications in the coming fiscal year. We expect to pass 500 to 1,000 homes in the remaining of this year, and in future years, our goal is to pass up to 2,000 locations every year. As mentioned, grant funding can increase these numbers in a faster manner, just based on getting the money out there, using contractors, things of that nature. And then it's also been mentioned the amount of money that's been increased at the state level. One thing we always do get a question about, where's our pricing? And that is our pricing, and a lot of this information is on our website at choptankfiber.com. I would encourage people that are interested in our services or how to partner with us in these 9 counties on the Eastern Shore to check that out, and I'll have my contact information too available. But one thing to note is that our pricing, the 100 megabytes, that's the starting package, it's both the upload and download speed is the same. As mentioned before, COVID has really shown that you need both the speeds at the same kind of level when working from home or doing these type of Zoom virtual meetings. And again, this is our website where you can check availability. We'll be doing service. We've trying to do our due diligence with all the frequently asked questions that we've received over the last 2 to 3 years from our members. So we have that landing page there for them. Equipment instruction, pretty cool graphic here. It's kind of been it's a 7-step project from the data center all the way to the home of how fiber optic is deployed. I encourage you to go look at that. It was also noted, I'll take a look at step 3 at the make ready work. One thing about the poles, and that was mentioned, I guess the challenges from other ISPs or other companies is that when using our poles, especially, that is a member asset that our members have been paying for on the utility side. So we do have to make sure our poles are adequately structured to take that extra load of fiber. And also there are height requirements and regulations, safety regulations on poles. So we do have to take that into account to make sure those poles are reliable, safe, and they're doing the job that needs to be done. So with that, I'll open any questions, and I just want to thank again the Department of Planning, John and Joe, and everybody that's been doing everything for this conference.
Thank you, Matt. If the panel would like to turn their cameras on, we do have a few questions. All right. Well, excellent presentation. Lots of information there. The first comment, it's not really a question, it's a comment, but I thought I'd share it, is that Deanna's dog had some input on her presentation. Had a lot of input, it sounded like.
And she wasn't barking the whole time until I started talking. And if I shut her out, she barks more. So I'm sorry.
I think we can all agree that dogs are a welcome interruption for all of these meetings. Doesn't matter how serious they are. Okay, well, let's get into the questions. Can you talk about franchise agreements with certain cable internet providers and how service or the lack of is affected, including benefits and any downside? This specific person said the planning department is not responsible agency, so they want to be forgiven if they don't know the particulars about pluses and minuses. So.
Well, I can talk about franchise agreements. The Rural Maryland Council's advocated in a while that local governments utilize those to expand broadband. One challenge you gotta keep in mind though is that we're mixing media now, because franchise agreements really apply to television and cable. And they're generally, most of the franchise agreements have density clauses. Sometimes those density clauses are delineated and sometimes they're just loopholes. Sometimes they don't have a particular density requirement in there. It's just if the company feels it's not viable. Now we are hearing from small municipalities. This is really about that municipal broadband piece, about how to encourage other providers to come in with franchise agreements and compete. So we are seeing some of that activity, and we encourage local governments to do that. I haven't seen any successful franchise agreements though, so it's challenging, but it is an option that we encourage local governments to look at. I don't know if
I have a little bit of a comment on that also. So we actually don't provide television service, so we don't enter into franchise agreements, but we do have agreements with the counties. So when looking, even with what we're trying to do with legislation and trying to get, some bill passed that would allow us to be able to deploy broadband, we actually are regulated by the county in the sense that we have agreements in there about our pricing, that we have to stay as competitive as the suburban and urban providers that surround the rural community. So there are still other agreements in place that aren't actually franchise agreements. I just wanted to make everyone aware of that.
Thank you. Next question is about the infrastructure plan. We know it's still in flux, but do you have any sense of what may or may not be in it?
Are you talking the federal or the state?
Federal.
We've been notified, I think, by the State Office of Broadband. Charlotte helped me out here. About $100 million is in that bill for Maryland that would come down back to Rick Gordon's office for ISPs to also tap into.
Yeah, that actually, the big infrastructure plan from the Office of Statewide Broadband, it was released yesterday. So it's actually $96 million that's going out, and the ISPs have to partner with the local jurisdiction, or the local jurisdiction has to partner with the ISP, because the jurisdiction can be the owner or the ISP can be the owner. And that grant program, we can go after grants between $1 and $10 million, and we have 3 years to build out the project. And also, when we go for that, the actual speeds that are listed in that infrastructure program are 100 asynchronous. So 100 down and 100 up. And then the smaller grant program was announced, I think, a week or two ago, and that is for grants from 50,000 to 500,000. And again, the ISP has to partner with the county, and this is the way of actually assuring that there's no price gouging. You know, once the ISP gets into a rural area, you know, they don't, because we become a monopoly, so to speak. They don't have the rights that a monopoly would have in those areas to price gouge. So.
One thing I might mention, I did talk to Rick Gordon at TAWS a week ago, and he mentioned that there was very little money in that infrastructure plan for middle mile. So the build out is focused on the actual customers and to the houses, not so much on the middle mile. So there will be a bit of a challenge to make sure that the middle mile has adequate capacity to carry all these new customers.
Thank you. The next question I think is for John. You talked about the need to map down to the parcel level, and that it should be a locally led effort. If a county was looking to pursue this and develop such a map, who could they partner with to get that data, get that information to help them develop those maps?
Well, it's not going to be easy. I know that the ISPs, the large ones like Comcast, are very reluctant to share their customer information. I think that it may have to happen on a voluntary basis. There was mapping done when I first came to the Tri-County Council. Southern Maryland, I'm sorry, Salisbury University had done a statewide map, and they had literally hundreds of students go out and measure at various locations for telephones and also to survey customers. It's going to have to be done probably outside the providers, although we may be able to get them to provide information. There's going to have to be real legislation and pressure put on by the legislator.
You're mute, Deanna.
Sorry. Some of the counties around Maryland have actually hired CTC, and they might actually be a source, or the reports that they've given back to the counties. And most counties that have a rural broadband website, from what I've seen, they put their reports on their website that basically talks about the speeds in designated areas. But so the county IT people might actually be a source also.
Great, thank you. I have another question for John. John, you outlined the need to upgrade the internet system to handle the higher speeds. Are there plans to build Maryland's statewide internet network to handle these needed higher speeds?
Well, the several large companies are working on that middle mile and the backhaul problem. Of course, the big guys, AT&T and Comcast, are building their own networks, but they do not allow, or quite often don't allow, other competitors on their middle mile part of their network. The one thing that's unique about the broadband cooperative is whatever we build, we have to give access to all of our members. And so anybody that's in that business, internet service provider, can join the cooperative. We have been, and I've been advocating for us to build our middle mile with some of our own funds, and we actually have had some real success in increasing and building middle mile with funds that we actually have in hand from earlier work that we've done at the cooperative. But
And John,
go ahead.
If I may, we just had a success story on that in Mpca County in the Hebron area, where the broadband cooperative put in some conduit and some existing backbone middle mile, and Choptank Fiber was able to go in there. That area was in our service territory with some members there, and two developments, and then within a 60, almost 80-day turnaround, we had them connected.
I think also that Think Big is using a piece of our fiber that's already in and then adding to it. Is that correct, Dee?
Yes, yes. And we've actually also have in the past done fiber swaps with power companies also. So, I mean, there are, in rural areas, you have to get very creative. And that's what we've found when, when we started our project, we really started in Kent County. And, we partnered with the county. Well, we bought a project that was partnered with the county. And, so we have actually partnered with utility companies and done some swaps with them, given them some fiber. We take some fiber to help both of us out. Because what we know is that in these rural areas, I mean, it takes a village. So it's going to take everybody working together to get this done, and really being supportive of each other as companies. Us supporting Chop Tank supporting us. I mean, just everybody working together in order to make this happen for the good of all Marylanders.
Thank you. And here's the last question I have, unless some new ones come in. I think this one's for Deanna. Deanna, you talked about the difficulty of securing easements from some property owners. Is there a jurisdiction either in the state or outside, or certain models that you have seen successful in overcoming this?
So, and I've worked with Charlotte a lot on this too, so Charlotte can probably speak about it. We know that in Montgomery County, they actually passed, I guess it was an ordinance, Charlotte, is that what it was? That
Yes.
Basically said that if the county maintained the road for 20 years, then they were considered to have right-of-ways alongside of the road. We are trying to look at it from a health and welfare standpoint to say, instead of looking at the land ownership stuff, but looking at what are individual rights. So do individuals have rights to telemedicine? Do they have right to education? Like, what's in the Constitution about that? And Charlotte actually knows the legal issues so much better than I do. So I think she's actually probably better to talk about it. But the only place that we know in Maryland that has it resolved is Montgomery County.
Yeah, the challenge is it's eminent domain and condemnation, and nobody wants to take property away from a landowner. So, yeah, we've been looking at this issue for the last couple of years. This has been a traditional, long-standing challenge in broadband deployment. So we are looking at alternative ways, looking at transportation and the public safety angle. I do think more people are aware of because of the pandemic, of the importance of making sure everybody has access at their home. We hear from the farmers that want to have access out in the fields, and then you've got, the recreationists on the bay, out in the woods in Western Maryland. So there's this expectation now that people will have the internet available to them wherever they are. And so we have to weigh that right for people to have internet, and then the property owner's rights. So looking at ways we can encourage providers. We do want to encourage providers to go underground wherever possible. And that's why the right of way, because otherwise, if they don't have that access, the easement to the right of way, they're going to go above ground, or they're going to go somewhere else. And so we really want to encourage that for reliability. It's more expensive, but for reliability into the future, these facilities should be underground, so that we can ensure that it gets out to everybody at high speed.
It's not always more expensive to go underground also. I honestly, if you have to replace the poles, and you have to replace a lot of poles in your route, it becomes very expensive, actually more expensive than going underground. And it's unfortunate because we see people we have people literally on the other side of big farms, but we can't, because the farmer owns both sides of the road, and then they're landlocked from the other side. They have no access. And then their property values go down also, because how do you resell at some point? How do you resell property that doesn't have access to internet?
And just to show you an extreme example, I went down to look at a site that was being worked on by Mpca, and I looked at the fiber along that area, and it went underground for about a couple hundred yards. Then it went up a pole and on the poles, and then it went down a few hundred yards and then went underground. And I talked to Tom Dennison and asked him what was going on. And he said, well, in that area, we have right of way in the air only in some places, and we have right of way including the ground in others. And so we're underground, above ground, underground, above ground, going down one road. And it's unbelievable that you only
We've had
have
to
right
shoot
of way
across.
in the air.
I mean, we've had to go zigzag down a road, which is ridiculous because it's very expensive to do that, but to try to bypass property owners. And then, I mean, yeah, I mean, it just is very difficult. It's a challenge. And we have another project that we were working on that, you know, we talk about an easement issue. One side of the, it was on the water, and the other side, the only way to get through to the property was to go through a conservation area. And in conservation areas, they aren't allowed to grant easements. So, and the property was, the development behind it was actually created prior to the new owner buying the farm and then putting it into conservation. So, and then you become, you know, we ended up having to go on polls because then they wanted to work out, they did not want to work out even a lease agreement, because in conservation areas, you could do a 19-year, 11-month agreement. You know, but he only wanted to do it for 5 years. So how do you do that? Because you know, you don't build all that infrastructure and then become holding to a lease that renews in 5 years. So it's just a difficult challenge in every area.
We're slightly over. We have one more question, but the next session doesn't start till 10:15. So if somebody wants to take a quick stab at this one, how are you planning for 5G service in rural areas? They realize you're providing wire broadband services, but are you planning for 5G service?
Rural Maryland Council, we are. You know, it's been an issue the last couple of years in the General Assembly. Really, what we hear from providers in the 5G space is the inconsistency across the counties and permitting and how they get access to the poles. It's, you know, you need some continuity across, you know, so needs to be an expectation that if a county wants to come into Frederick County, into Washington County, that they're going to experience the same type of process. Well, they don't currently. So having a more uniform permitting process across the state would be helpful. But we also want to make sure that local government has that role, and you know, and how you form your community, because with 5G, you're talking about a lot of antennas that are going to go up around the community. A lot of communities are concerned about those aesthetics. Some people are concerned about those health concerns related to electromagnetic pulses, so the radiation related to it. So it's still up in the air. We would like to see more continuity, but it's a challenge as well. We'll see. We still think that 5G will maintain, it's still related to density and population. They're still going to be looking at municipalities first. And we think 10 years, maybe it gets into rural areas. But for right now, it's mainly, you know, something that's focused in towns and cities.
And Charlotte's point, you know, it's going to be case studied by the municipalities and your most dense areas first. I mean, it's infrastructure as well. They need that fiber to those antennas to shoot out that signal. So it's all infrastructure, more fiber optics in the ground to power these, you know, the larger arrays and into the smaller ones within the areas. So to get that 5G signal out. But yeah, it's all infrastructure when it comes to that. Same thing that we're dealing now with the fiber optic to the home.
Yeah, I agree with Matt. And then there's also an issue with 5G, it's line of sight. So antennas have to have a line of sight. And in rural areas, you know, a lot of times the areas are heavily wooded, and that becomes another issue that makes this very difficult.
Well, I want to thank the panel. This was a great way to start off day 2. A lot of excellent stuff in there. We're recording all these. All these will be shared with the group, so you'll be able to and the slides. So thank you again.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, we hope you can join another session or two. And to the audience, we will be starting our next session at 10:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
So Lachelle, your camera's on right now.
Yeah,
Is that what you'd like?
yeah, I just wanted to try to get it settled.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the 38th Annual Mpca Conference. We had an excellent first session of the day. And now I am going to turn it over to Lachelle McKay, the town administrator for the town of Leonardtown. Coming your way, Lachelle.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lachelle.
Okay. Thank you. I am Lachelle McKay. I'm the town administrator for Leonardtown, and I wanted to share with you my journey of the last 2 decades as a non-planner trying to revive a small, struggling town. Back in 2000, I was a banker. I had been a branch manager and worked with the bank for about 16 years. And at that time, the former mayor, Chip Norris, came to me and said, the town really needs a manager, and I really think you have the skills. I'd like you to apply. So I had no idea there was a town government, let alone what they did. So he took me on a tour and showed me all the fun things. He didn't happen to go to the wastewater treatment plant or the show me about trash removal or all those fun things that we do. And I just decided to jump in head first. So I started in 2000. And at that time, Leonardtown is, first of all, the only municipality in St. Mary's County, and we're on a peninsula on the western shore, the southernmost point in the state, in the county with the most waterfront shoreline. And we have actually over 500 miles of shoreline. We're also home to the Patuxent River Naval Air Station, of which about 70% of our economy is based on that. However, in the 80s and 90s, the town was really starting to decline. And in 2000, when I started, there were about 14 empty buildings. There was talk of disincorporation. A bypass had gone in the 80s, so traffic no longer went through the downtown. And it was really struggling. But luckily, a committed group of residents and business owners had stepped in, and they were going to try to turn things around. And there's some areas had already started to improve. Their focus had been really town square improvements. We still had a town square that was still intact. It was really a gathering place. They focused on retaining the courthouse, which was trying to move out of the downtown. The post office was trying to move out of the downtown, and some of the other anchor businesses. And eventually then we focused our redevelopment on the waterfront. At the time that I came on in 2000, there was a plan for Leonardtown to become the third leg of the state-run hotels and conference centers with golf courses. There was Rocky Gap, Cambridge, and Leonardtown was to be the third leg. That never happened, but it did help us down the road. We really worked with a couple local developers who actually saw the light and what the potential was for the downtown. Several buildings went up a story and were redeveloped. Several downtown projects, such as the hotel on the left, was originally a single story, very not a nice hotel at all. It went up 3 stories, and just recently it sold and was renovated and has just recently reopened and has been a huge asset, especially for tourism. The town really tried to lead by example. We first moved into the old post office that was vacant, and a new post office had been built on the square. And we were there for several years. And then we worked with a developer who acquired a 1-story small office, and we tore that down and went up to a 3-story office condo, and we stayed there for about 10 years. And then just recently on the right, you'll see the town hall, which was an old grocery store that had been empty for a long time. And about 4 years ago, we moved in there. We added an elevator and sprinklers, and we used the second floor for our meeting space. We have probably 30 or 40 years of growing room in this building. It looks small, but it's actually a very large building. And we were fortunate enough to get a CDBG grant, Community Development Block Grant, to put the elevator and the sprinklers in. Then one of the other big projects that we did was partnering with the county and a cooperative of 14 grape growers, and we built the Port of Leonardtown Winery. It was on an old state highway property that we acquired from State Highway, and we built this winery. They just won the Governor's Cup, and they've won many other awards since opening in 2010. It's actually been a great partnership. And we have also done a beautiful passive park surrounding the winery with a lot of parks and playground funding. Over the last 20 years, several local builders have partnered with the town. And I really think this is one of the most important things that have helped our success. These unique partnerships, the builders have invested in the town, not just their development. They really consider it their community and have integrated their neighborhoods into this community, invested in our waterfront and other projects, and just really been a partner with us. And we've had several large communities. These are in blue, some of the ones that have been very successful. And with these communities, we have been the fastest growing municipality percentage-wise in Maryland over the last decade. Our most recent numbers, we've grown by 32%, and the second closest has grown by 16%, so very significant. And I would note that we have not actually had a certified planner on our staff since 2007. But we have partnered with some consultants for different plans and studies to help us to move our plans forward. With all these communities, we have more families, more people walking, running, pushing strollers, and really enjoying the outdoors. And connectivity has been a really high priority because we're bisected by 2 state highways, Maryland Route 5 and Maryland Route 245. So how we work with the state and try to keep the connectivity so that people are coming into the downtown and not going out onto the areas where the big strip centers are. And we really have tried to keep the small town feel over those with that development. About 3 years ago, continuing with the partnership theme, a private investor who really has wonderful vision purchased this old lumber yard that had been vacant for a number of years. It's about 2 blocks from our downtown, and she created this beautiful community gathering spot. It's also an incubator for small businesses. She has over 50 small businesses in there. They share a cash register checkout so that they don't have to staff their business 24/7. There's a beer garden, a deli, an ice cream shop, a fitness studio, a 1-chair barber chair. Really beautiful outdoor space. That has been really successful.
What's up, man?
We also, one of the key factors for our success has been adding nighttime and weekend activity with apartments that are in the walking distance of the downtown. The Hamptons at Leonardtown opened 2 years ago, 142 unit luxury apartment, very walkable to the downtown. And we've also had several apartments that in the buildings downtown that have gone up a story, have added really nice apartments. The old PNC Bank in the downtown is now 7 luxury apartments with retail on the first floor. So it's really built-in customers for your businesses and really shows a sense of vibrancy. The town doesn't shut down at 5 o'clock when everyone goes home from work. Plans and studies are really important, but it's also important to remain flexible. The plans and the studies help for budgeting and planning for your staff. It helps guide, but it's also important to get buy-in for these plans and really have public input, especially the key stakeholders that are affected by these plans. Early on in the 2000s, we did a utilities master plan that has helped us get a handle on the infrastructure that we need to build to keep up with the growth. We have done transportation plans, downtown plans, of course, our comprehensive plan, and our waterfront plan. Probably our most successful plan was recently in 2019. We did a downtown strategic economic development plan. We had really these new consultants came in. It was a fresh set of eyes. Sometimes when you see things every day, you really just don't notice the little things, and just they noticed things like a lack of shade trees when people were walking around, and some of the areas were cut off and segregated by old landscaping. And so we really have instituted a lot of their recommendations already, even during COVID. It was actually more important during COVID to really create a sense of place. And we already had the good bones because we still had the square and a very compact, walkable downtown. But we went through a rebranding campaign, and we updated a 10-year-old slogan. We have added wayfinding signage, which has been a huge benefit to help people who are walking and for newcomers to find parking areas. We always hear the parking problem in the downtown, but we really do have a lot of parking. It's just we needed to figure out how to get people to that if they weren't familiar with it. As far as COVID impacts, we actually, a key outcome of our plan was accelerated during COVID. We instituted the outdoor seating immediately, which was part of the recommendations from the downtown plan. It has become wildly successful, and people really came to town to walk during COVID, and they discovered our businesses. They didn't want to go to the shopping centers and just walk around the parking lot. We could see people walking all day long, and it really opened a lot of people's eyes to what the town had to offer. And it was actually something that was a blessing to us. One of our major keys to redevelopment was the revitalizing our waterfront. Most people didn't even know we had a waterfront. It was just in private ownership. There were burned out buildings, old piers and pilings, and it was really a mess, and no one ever went there. We started the process by applying for a $104,000 community legacy grant to clean up the property while it was still in private ownership. And that got the interest of a developer who then purchased the property and built 26 luxury townhomes. And the town developed a $5.5 million public park through partnerships with the state and the county for funding. We used waterway improvement grants, community parks and playground, community legacy money, and money from the county. And our waterfront today is just vibrant and active. We have water sports. There's yoga on the Compass Rose there, exercise classes. We have stand-up paddleboard, spinning classes, weddings, events. It is just very vibrant. There's actually a fairly steep hill leading down to the wharf, which you have to come back up if you're walking. And everybody said, no one's going to walk up and down that hill. Well, people walk up and down that hill all day long, and they just love it. We are lucky enough to have a 400-acre farm adjacent to our downtown. You can see the Wharf Park there, and to the west of it is this 400-acre farm that is not developed. And the town actually owns 240 of those 400 acres. And we will have all of the waterfront shortly, with about 2 miles of waterfront that will connect to the wharf and have a boardwalk along it. So this is really the future. And I mentioned the state originally in 2000 was going to build a hotel conference center. This is the property that they had acquired to build that along with the golf course. And when the plans for the state conference center went away, the property was then deeded to the town, the 240 acres with program open space money. So it will all be recreation. And this next slide kind of shows the ownership of the acreage. The town actually owns what's in the orange, and the yellow is a private developer. So we are in the process of doing some land swaps. There's just one parcel on the water that is still in yellow there near the wharf, and that will be transferred to the town. So we will have the continuous waterfront for about 2 miles. We are really working hard to ensure that it's not new downtown, old downtown, but there's connection and public access and to the water, and that to ensure that, because we only get one chance to plan this incredible future of the town, we are embarking on a waterfront plan and of the West Fenwick Street District with our consultants who did our strategic plan. And so we just started that this month, but it really is important to make sure that we do this right the first time. What I've learned, the 21 years have flown by, and there's certainly never been a dull moment, but I try to still continue learning. And to me, so much of what we do is common sense, really creating a vision and having consistency. I've been lucky. I've only worked with 2 mayors in that 21 years. So the same vision has kind of come forward over that time. But really getting buy-in from the businesses and the community, having flexibility. It's good. There's give and take in all projects. And we really try to work with developers or with project management to make sure that we're helping them through the process. When we had our downtown strategic plan, our consultants heard the word partnership and from the developers over and over again, and they were like, we don't really ever hear those 2 words with government. So they were very impressed. And you just have to realize that things change over time, but you still try to keep going in the direction that everyone's been working in. And just really the partnerships is number 1 for us. We have really tried to develop those over the years and try to be inclusive with everyone. So I really hope that we can continue to grow and learn from that. And that is kind of in a nutshell. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Lachelle. We do have some questions. First, there's a question about, can we get a copy of the presentation? And yes, we will be sending out copies of the presentation to everybody who registered for the conference, and we'll be posting it on our website. But I can see why they asked. You had some beautiful slides there, Lachelle. Great images. Really gave you a sense of Leonardtown. But let me start off here with some of our questions. With so many new, thank you. I should share my webcam. Let's see, with so many new residents, what efforts have you been doing to get your new citizens engaged in your local government planning and development processes?
It's actually been very easy. It's a lot of younger demographic, families. They love the walkability and the connectivity to the town. There are a lot of homeowners associations, which we didn't have that when I started. We had a lot of older residents. It's been a great outreach. We really try to keep the communication. We do a newsletter 3 times a year, but also have worked hard on our social media for the younger community, and a very interactive and just a really open door policy, and try to connect with the new residents.
Great. Let's see. What firm assisted with developing your comprehensive plan?
So it was a partnership between Mahan Reichel Associates and Arnett Muldrow. And since then, the county has hired them to do a plan for a project they're doing. Also, our Visit St. Mary's, which is our tourism, has hired them to do a rebranding campaign. They really, from the day that I met them, we actually did not go out to bid with the project, because once we interviewed them and did a really small project, a facade improvement workshop, we knew that they were the right fit. And I've always been a big believer in that. I don't like to start over again with every project with a new consultant. We had Crozier Associates for probably 15 years during the development of the Leonardtown Wharf. And then unfortunately he passed away, the owner. And so Mahan Reichel have been with us now since about 2018, and we're doing our second phase with the Waterfront plan with them as well. And it's just important to really get a consultant that understands the small town and that you can really work with. I mean, we communicate regularly, and it's just really important when you don't have a lot of staff. We only have 14 staff members, and we rely heavily on the consultants, but they're very engaged.
Great. It looks like we color coordinated today, Lachelle. Important too. We got questions coming in from all over the place. What is the town doing to combat frequent flooding that affects the winery and other homes and businesses in the area?
Good question. We've actually partnered with the Silver Jackets, which is a team of FEMA, MDE, DNR, Army Corps of Engineers, and they do projects all over the country. And we are doing a big study of the McIntosh Run area, which is where the winery is located. And so we're in cooperation with the county as well to try to look at things that we can do to improve that situation. When we built the winery, we actually knew that it was a flooding problem, so we really tried to design it. For instance, in the production area, it's a block building. We had insulation up several feet from the floor because we knew that there was a possibility of flooding, and it did flood last year for the first time in the production area. So it's not something we like to deal with, but we try to just work with it. And some of the area north of the town is outside of our jurisdiction, so it's nice to have other partner with the county and these other agencies to see what we can do about the flooding. And then at our wastewater treatment plant, we're right on another stream, Town Run, and so the town, as part of this partnership, funded a flood study because we're getting ready to expand our wastewater treatment plant, and we needed to move on that flood study quicker. So we just wrapped that up last month and are instituting some of the recommendations for the new equipment we'll be putting in to try to combat the rise in the flood waters.
Right, good. Thank you. Next question. How successful have you been attracting volunteers to your citizen advisory bodies? And if you've been successful, how have you done it?
We have been somewhat successful. You know, it's a turnover. We have a large military presence in our community, so people move and on to other duty stations. And people are busy with the 2-income families, so it's harder when, running the kids here and there. So we really reach out. We try to spread around to the different communities and have representation from each community. Typically, we keep a running list of people who express an interest, and then when we have an opening on one of our boards, we invite them and try to just keep the word out there that we do want the participation. And when we went through the downtown strategic plan, we had over 100 participants for the first strategy session and over 80 for the second, which we did roundtables. We invited different residents from different neighborhoods. We really did a big push to invite different types of businesses and different areas of expertise. We have a hospital in town, we have a community college in town, and so just really trying to be engaged with those people and keep the interest in what's happening in the town. And of course, when things are going well, there's more interest, and so we've had a lot more interest in recent years.
Thank you. Lots of interest in your consultants as well from the audience. You were just talking about the strategic plan. Would you be able to share what group you used for the strategic plan consultants? Is that the same?
That's the Arnett Muldrow Mahan Reichel team.
Okay. Thank you. Next question. Does Leonardtown have an economic development department? I know you said you don't have planning staff.
No, we're a 14 staff. That includes our utility staff. We do have a planner who came from us with some experience from St. Mary's County planning, and she works with me for the planning aspect. Pretty much the economic development team is the mayor and myself, so kind of wear a lot of different hats.
Well, I'm going to jump in with a question I had here, and you kind of just got into it. I'd be interested, you talked about the importance of partnerships. Can you describe your partnership with the county?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. We actually have a very close relationship with the economic development team from St. Mary's County. One of the employees there is kind of assigned to different areas of the county, and so one of them is very familiar with Leonardtown. She worked a lot with us with our business association. So now that she's with economic development, we meet on a regular basis. They actually were part of the executive team with the consultants for the downtown strategic plan. And then, we have a good relationship with the county. At this time, we're not really necessarily doing any projects, but they were a part of the projects as far as funding and supporting the efforts with the winery and the Leonardtown Wharf.
Great. Let's see. Was there an attempt for adaptive reuse of some of the original downtown buildings?
Yeah, I mean, we have really been successful. We have pretty much no vacancies. There's a Bank of America building that's been vacant for a couple years, and they had some title issues. They want to put it up for auction, and there's so much interest. I get calls every day for people looking to invest in the buildings. We had the oldest Chevrolet dealership in the country. They've been downtown for 80 years, and they just left a couple months ago to go out on the highway. And it was over a block, almost 2 blocks of area that they covered. And they immediately, when it went out, empty, got 3 offers, and they are under contract to redevelop with some townhomes as well as some mixed use along the street frontage. So we're constantly, if something becomes available, it pretty quickly goes for sale. And we've had a tremendous success with restaurants. We have a number of We have no chain restaurants in downtown other than near the downtown, there's a Dunkin' Donut, but everything else is private, small businesses. And I would add real quickly just about partnerships. We have had a great relationship with the Maryland Department of Planning. They're always willing to lend us a hand because they know we're a small staff, and they've been very, very supportive. And a good relationship with all the agencies, and so that's been a real benefit to us. And I encourage everyone to really use those resources.
Thank you, Lachelle. And I didn't ask Lachelle to say that.
No, you didn't.
Does Leonardtown have a farmer's market? If so, was this part of the revitalization effort?
We've made a couple of attempts. We have a large Mennonite and Amish community. So there are some very large farmers markets near us. We did a couple downtown ones. It's very difficult because there's a lot of demand for the farmers to have stands, roadside stands, in areas that are a little bit more well-traveled. And there's a very large auction, farmers market auction, and so it's hard to compete with that. The Shepherd's Oldfield Market, she does during the summer have some produce. We have a health food store that's a kind of a small grocery store that carries a lot of local produce. And she started just as a small shop in the downtown and has expanded actually to the old post office and then town hall building. And she carries a lot of local produce, and she's been around for about 22 years. So really haven't been able to really market that on a regular basis in the downtown.
Okay. Let's see. So you started off your presentation talking about the negative impact of the bypass. So if for jurisdictions, towns that are considering, supporting a bypass, what words of advice would you have for them? One that say it's not been built yet, but they are considering whether or not they want one.
I would really say you have to look long term. In the long run, there's 30,000 cars a day that travel the bypass, and there's no way in the downtown could have handled that. So it was a blessing probably in the long run, even though it is a struggle in the beginning. And, you just have to really work to make sure that there's still a reason for people to come downtown. We don't have mail delivery, or we didn't have mail delivery to homes. Everyone came to the post office for several years, and now that we have these larger developments, they do have cluster mailboxes, so we are doing some home delivery. But for many years, everyone needed to come down to the post office, so it kept the traffic coming downtown. Keeping the courthouse downtown that was slated to leave, that meant, we had the law offices downtown. That meant people going to lunch in the restaurants. So it's just really important to keep your anchors downtown and a reason for people to come to your downtown.
Thank you. Next question. How has your zoning map and any annexations evolved over the years? Do you recommend PUD zoning? Has it enhanced the vision of the town? PUD zoning. Absolutely
recommend PUD zoning. Ours is the base zoning district. The county PUD is an overlay district, but it is the most flexible of our zoning, which was all of the large blue parcels that were on the one map. It really, we have a public hearing process in our PUD. The entire concept plan needs to come forward all at once, and it goes to the Planning Commission and for a public hearing, and then ends at the Town Council for a public hearing. And any major changes to the PUD come back to the council So it really is a very public process, and I feel like it is for those large parcels, because the council are the decision makers and kind of guiding the vision for the town. It helps with the process ending with them. As far as annexations, we haven't pursued annexations, but we have had a number of them, and they have been actually really because the developers want to work with the town. They understand that the process is a partnership, and they like that. They come to us and they want water and sewer, of course, for the town, from the town. But it's really more about the process and working with the town planning and zoning and town staff is very attractive to a lot of developers. So we have annexed a number of parcels into town because of that reason.
Thank you. Have you worked collaboratively with Pax River?
It's funny because for many years we tried with our Leonardtown Business Association, which is a great organization. We have about 100 members and work very collaboratively on marketing campaigns and events, that sort of thing. We struggled to get noticed by the Pax River community. I mean, they would know about us, but they would really get in their cars at night and drive up 235, which is on the other side of the county, and never really know what was downtown. There were so many, we did surveys and people just they hadn't been there in 10 years. They didn't know what was there. And COVID actually just turned that around. And the young professionals are flocking to town. We have the Old Town Pub, the Rex, nightlife here in town has gotten very popular. And we're just seeing such a more influx of people from Pax River. So like I said, COVID ended up being a blessing in some ways.
It's very interesting. You talked about the waterfront in your in your presentation. The question is, how important was the development of the waterfront to the overall revitalization of the town?
I think it was huge. I spent 8 years on every planning meeting, getting funding, working with the design team, working with the construction team, very hands-on. It was kind of a mission that I was on because I felt like it was really something that would set us apart. And it has just become the place for people to come, all the kids to come and do their prom pictures and homecoming pictures. We have weddings, the exercise community. It's just amazing how many we'll have 2 or 3 classes going on at the wharf at any one time. And I think once we start moving forward with the development of the Tudor Hall Farm, which is that 400 acres that I talked about, I think it's going to be huge for us.
Okay, a couple more questions. Very impressive list of grants you secured, funding you secured, and for planning as well. Any lessons learned that you'd like to share with medium to smaller sized towns and how they could replicate your success?
Yeah, actually, some of the towns and neighboring jurisdictions have talked to me about it because a lot of people don't even apply for the grants. We have been hugely successful, and I think part of it is because of the consistency of our staff. We have a lot of long-term people, and I'm usually the project manager, so I know the people. They know that we are going to do our reporting and that we're going to spend the money on what we said we were going to spend it on. I think it's just really, really important that you follow the rules and do it right, because if you want to keep on applying for money, they want to know that you're spending it how you're supposed to and tracking those expenditures. We have a great treasurer who's been with us a long time, who does a phenomenal job with our financials. And we would not, without these grants, there's just no way. We have a very low tax rate. We haven't raised our income, our property tax in a number of years, but we've gotten millions of dollars in grants, and you just have to really be open to it, to develop those relationships, and to do what you're supposed to do in monitoring the grants and finalizing them, and really keeping track of the funding.
Okay, one more question, then a general statement. This is the Maryland Planning Commissioners Association's conference. I'd be interested to learn from you how your planning commission has been involved throughout this effort in either in a leadership role, in a review role, support role. I'd just be interested in learning about their work.
We have a great board. Some of our members have been with us for many years, and they are committed to the community and volunteer their efforts. They rely on staff and work with us. I attend pretty much all of the planning commission meetings. They're led by our planner on staff, our planning assistant, and we just try to keep them involved as much as possible. I report at each meeting on what's going on at our town council meetings so that they stay in the loop. And we try to include at least a couple of our planning board members on any of our committees with our downtown plans, strategic plans, our comprehensive plan, so that they are kind of learning from the ground up and staying involved. It's been a really, it's not that everybody agrees all the time, but for the most part, they really work well together, and we try to keep them in tune. Of course, they have to either live or work in town, so they have a vested interest, and they're really an important part of our planning.
Excellent. I like to hear that you have them involved in some of your other boards and bodies. That's a good way to, make them known in the community, but also get them involved in some other projects themselves. Well, the last one is just a statement that I think a lot of people were probably feeling after this presentation. So it's very exciting accomplishments in Leonardtown, and I look forward to visiting with my family. I think, again, a lot of us after seeing this presentation, sounds like Leonardtown is a place that we would like to visit. So thank you so much, Lachelle. We really appreciate your time and sharing your success with the Mpca membership and our guests at this conference. Did you have any last comments you would like to make?
I would just say I would love for you to visit. It is a wonderful place, and I am happy if you're coming. Let me know. I'd be happy to give you a tour and give you any input that I can and show you around. So please do come and visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Lachelle. Okay, well, we are going to take a break. We have our annual meeting at 12 o'clock. So I know that might be invading your normal lunch hour. So hopefully you all can move your lunch hour up a little bit early, or eat your lunch with during the annual meeting. But we will be taking the next hour off. So please come back and join us at 12. We have our annual meeting. Then we have our keynote speaker, Lucille Walker, who will be excellent. And then we have 2 more sessions this afternoon. And so anyway, we look forward to seeing you in an hour. Thank you. John. Hey, Roxanne, turn your camera off for now. I can't hear you, so, but we'll turn it back on at noon. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, welcome back to the 38th Annual Mpca Conference. Danny's rocking a new bow tie today, different from the bow tie from yesterday. So hopefully we get a new one each day, Danny. Oh, thanks, John. John's fixing me up here good in the home studio. Thanks. All right, Danny, you turned your camera off. And Bill, I know you're there. Can you turn your camera on? Let's see here, Bill. And yeah, well, Bill, you're muted as well in case you were there. You're coming in. Oh, it looked like you were. Just hit the camera. It's 2 buttons down from the orange and white. There we go. Your camera's a little high, Bill. And you're muted. Bill, it's underneath the orange and white arrow.
I don't have an orange and white arrow.
You got your audio on if you don't have the orange. We're good. All right. Well, thank you all to the annual meeting. I'm going to turn it over to President Danny Winborn.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this afternoon and joining our 38th annual Mpca annual conference. And our theme is Let's Get Back to It, and we are so happy to be here. We had every anticipation of having an in-person conference, but because of the Delta variant and what was going on, we decided out of abundance of caution to have a virtual conference. But we're glad that you could join us today these 2 days for our annual conference. We started yesterday. We have some things that we're going to share with you today and also tomorrow. So thank you for being here. And I just wanted to do a few thank yous and move on because we have some important information to get to. I wanted to thank our executive board, Roxanne Hemphill, our secretary, Bill Butts, our vice president, and Doug Wright, as you see on the screen, our treasurer. He keeps us all straight with the money. Bill keeps us all straight just with the organizational stuff, and Roxanne just keeps all the guys straight because she's the mama. I also want to thank Sarah Lipkin-Soulars for all of her hard work, and we can't say enough about Joe Griffith. He is the glue that holds us all together, and he just does a phenomenal job keeping us in line and keeping things moving. And we can't say enough about Joe. So thank you very much, Joe, and you keep things going. Also to John Coleman for keeping us together with the IT stuff so we can have this virtual conference. We're so happy to do that. I also want to acknowledge our sponsors. We do have some sponsors for our virtual conference, and that being the Maryland Department of Planning, of course. They've been a big help, and they've actually put their money where their mouth is, and that's wonderful. And the American Planning Association, the Maryland chapter, they also put their money where their mouth is, and that's great too. And we also have another sponsor. We have the Brick Industry Association, who is helping us with a sponsorship, so we're very happy about that. We had our session yesterday on the Open Meetings Act training, and that went rather well, and that people get CM credits for that. And we have a lot of other things that are going on this afternoon. I did want to take a little bit of time to thank our Calvert County colleagues. The Calvert County Planning Commission was scheduled to host an in-person conference for us this year, but as you all will see, we had to move to a virtual setup, but there was a lot of hard work that was done. And I did want to point out Steve Jones, chair of the Calvert County Planning Commission, for his hard work, and Paul J. Conover, who's the Calvert County Planning Commission administrator, for his tireless work to put together a conference. Our expectation is next year we will be able to do an in-person conference in Calvert County at Solomon's Island, and we hope that we can share more with you on that. With that, I just want to, I don't want to take more time. We have so many things that we want to get to, and I actually want to turn this over to our secretary, Roseanne Hemphill. So thank you very much. I said Roseanne, I meant Roxanne. I apologize. I changed your name.
That's okay. But Danny, if you look at the agenda, the next, well, you haven't called the meeting to order, so we're just assuming you called the meeting to order.
I'm officially calling this meeting 30th annual Mpca annual conference to order.
Okay, so the next thing, just follow the next thing would be the approval of the minutes.
Okay, so I'd like to call for the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, all in favor for approving the minutes, signify by raising your hand. Okay. Alrighty, so the next item is the treasurer's report.
Thank you. Joe, I think you'll bring that up for me. Thank you very much. You can see our treasurer has grown significantly over the last year, and this is primarily due to a very welcomed increase in dues of 16,500, and which is most of our gain. We've just had a few expenses, and we did have a little loss for cancellation of the workshop. Any questions? I'll move to submit to audit.
Okay. All in favor of accepting the treasury report as presented this afternoon? Well,
Aye.
I'm sorry, I need a motion. First of all, I need a motion.
I move to submit to audit.
Okay, a
Second,
second?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor signify by raising your hand. All right, thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Doug. All right, now we're on to our Vice President, Bill Butts, who will present the Mpca accomplishments and goals for 2021.
Okay. Wish I could get a visual. And I'm having, there we go. There we go. Cool. Okay. Better. All right. 3 years ago, at our annual Npca conference in Gaithersburg, we introduced a new Npca strategic and development plan. That plan was built on the outreach project and statewide listening sessions conducted by Maryland Department of Planning to identify topics and areas of planning practice that local jurisdictions and our membership were interested in learning more about. The result of the outreach project surveys, focus groups, listening sessions produced a wide array of topics, but it was led by best practices for a wide range of planning topics and operations. And as a result, the Mpca board began to shift our offerings of both our annual conferences and to add material to the Mpca website on those requested topics. In addition, we started to plan and offer regional workshops so we could reach out and have opportunity to connect with you on a regular basis. Then early last year, the COVID pandemic hit, and we began to shift our communication and information strategies to virtual online delivery. During this entire period, Npca's mission and our commitment has remained the same: to offer added value, resources, connection, and development opportunity to our members. Okay, and now I want to, let me see how I can pull up. Here we go. Let me
Still go to
see.
show screen. It's under the sharing tab in
Okay.
your control panel.
Okay. All right. You got that?
Show perfect. You had it even in the right presenter mode. Good work.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about Mpca's progress over the past 12 months. Okay, now I need to advance this sucker. How do I do that? I'm not sure.
I can
All right, I'm
introduce
showing
you,
this.
Bill. You just push an arrow, try an arrow button down.
Okay,
Down arrow. But
there we go.
Yeah, it works.
All right. As we've done every year, we've continued to sponsor and offer the Planning Commission training course, and it's traditional that we kick off our annual conference with one of those sessions. We also did something that we had wanted to do for some time, but we were distracted by other goals, and that was to clean up and upgrade Mpca's bylaws, and that's now in place. And when you reference it, you'll see that we've streamlined it, and we think it's going to be much more effective going forward as a result. It's been slightly over a year now, but we also were approached by Chuck Marone and the Strong Towns organization. And because that's an up-and-coming school of planning thought, we thought it would be special to offer a presentation by Chuck to our membership. And so we did that last September. We also announced and introduced a new Npca-sponsored mentoring program. And we've had modest response so far, but we're going to keep plugging away at that. Okay. Let's see. In addition, because there are so many municipalities that sync up their master plan updates to coincide with the U.S. Census, so mid-year, we decided to offer a broad and deep virtual workshop on comprehensive plans that included best practices and recommendations for their development and management. We've continued to add content to the Npca website, including examples of some jurisdictions' rules and procedures. So that's on there and available now for any of you that are still working to add that. Of course, we pivoted our annual conference to a virtual event this year, and that's going to be useful insight and experience going forward, I suspect. We partnered, finally, after having several discussions with them, with the Mid-Atlantic Planning Collaboration. We now participate in monthly meetings with them. And several of our board members began to make recruitment presentations, which you'll hear more about, to local PC teams. Okay, looking forward to 2022 in the next 12 months, we want to plan and conduct a Planning Commission training course somewhere on the Lower Eastern Shore. Location to be determined, details to be determined, but expect to hear more about that. We also are planning to collaborate with the Mid-Atlantic Planning Collaboration to offer a webinar on how to run a virtual meeting. We think, not knowing how much longer we may need to do that, and you may need to do that locally, it makes sense to offer some of those insights and recommendations to our membership. We're giving consideration to possibly, well, certainly rolling out and reaching out in more support of the development and recruitment efforts of the mentoring program. And Joe's going to speak a little bit more on that in a moment. We're also giving consideration to the possibility of an Mpca planning partnership program. And the idea there is if you and your planning commission are looking at some unique challenges in the next 1, 2, 3 years, if we could identify another local PC that has some experience, some insight in that, we'd love to connect you guys so that there could be an exchange of those insights and that experience. We would like to continue to do our regional workshops. Whether we're able to do them in person or to do them virtual remains to be seen, but we want to offer those workshop opportunities in between our annual conferences. And as we started a couple of years ago, we certainly want to continue the recognition program of noteworthy local citizen planners and PC teams. We'll have this year's version of that, I think, either later today or tomorrow. And last but not least, a topic that's near and dear to all of us that are currently on the board and the executive committee. It's a priority goal to expand our Mpca board of directors. Currently, there's only 4 of us that cover the bases, and frankly, that's way too few. The goal is to expand that number of directors on the board up to the 8 to 10 vicinity. Achieving that goal would enable a broader array of areas, regions, and municipalities to be represented on the board, would be able to accomplish much more in support of our membership. Please give it some thought. We need additional board members, and we guarantee that you'll enjoy and benefit from the experience. And with that, Joe, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Bill. Well, we do have one question. How do we submit interest in joining the board?
Well, I would say they could contact any of us.
Daniel give you his personal number.
They already did. I asked him that question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I jumped in there with a joke, and Bill, you were trying to give a real answer. Sorry.
No, I would say, please reach out to any of us. We would love to talk to you about it and your interest, and give you a little bit more detail about what being on the board entails, and any of those details that would help you make a decision.
Joe, may I make a
Roxanne.
suggestion, Joe? In the chat box, you provide, you have my permission to provide our email addresses so people can get in contact with us.
Absolutely.
I can do that. And I also have the name of the person who asked that question. I'm not going to say their name now, but I'll have that contact information. So when our keynote speaker is on, that'll give me the opportunity to drop all of your email addresses in the chat for everybody.
I have to say that this is a great opportunity to improve your skills and talents and knowledge about planning. It's been very rewarding for me, the 3 years that I've served on this board and intermixed with these fine people, as well as the staff at Mpca, the Department of Planning. And I really highly recommend it. And we really look forward to working with you.
If I could just add to that, and I agree with you, Doug, the networking opportunity is invaluable. We've learned so much. I've learned so much from individuals here at our annual conferences, and you will grow as an individual in your planning skills. And everybody is just so willing to be collaborative. That's the one thing that I really enjoy about this whole process. So I urge you, if you can find the time to come join us, and we will work with you and help you in this process. So we're looking forward to expanding the board.
And have a good time too.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And I want to clarify a little bit. We changed with the bylaws that Bill mentioned last year. The Mpca changed its organization a little bit. So what you're seeing now, this is the executive committee, the officers who are sharing. We're always willing for new people to join the executive committee. They meet monthly, and then in addition to quarterly. The board would be a larger body that would just meet quarterly and serve as an advisory board to the executive committee, but also help with initiatives. So it would require, quarterly attendance at meetings, and then, assistance with initiatives. And also, as Bill mentioned, many members of the executive committee and some staff members did go around and join, make presentations at planning commission meetings. If you would be interested in the Mpca coming, or a staff member of the Maryland Department of Planning, coming to one of your planning commission meetings and making a short 5 to 10 minute presentation about the Mpca, what we do, what we're planning to do, then please let us know as well. We'd be willing to do that if the members, if you'd like the other members of your board to hear that. And I know one of the themes for obviously the theme of this conference is let's get back to it, but also one of the themes for the Mpca in 2022 is this recruitment piece. I can't say enough. I know they thanked me, but these 4 people that you're seeing on the screen right now, all these folks, they have their own jobs. They are on their own planning commissions, and then they're also devoting a ton of their time to the Mpca and what we're doing here. They've taken on a lot. They thank me, but this is part of my job. So I think most of the thanks, the appreciation goes to them. But I also see how hard they work, and I really want to get them some help. So I hope that you all will think about that. And there are different layers of helping. The board would be the next layer, the next level down from helping. But then there's also other opportunities. And what I do want to talk about right now is Mentorship Program. Some of you may have seen messages about this going out last spring. We sent out a survey, and it was lightly responded to. I'll admit that, but we're not giving up. We did have one meeting with some potential mentorship candidates, but I thought that it would be good to put this out there again during the annual meeting with a larger audience and see if people are interested in it. So this is one of our initiatives that we would like to launch in 2022. I'm not going to talk about it a long time. I just have one slide here to share. But we're thinking about 2 options to give back to other citizen planners, planning commissioners, for those of you who are interested in this. So there could be topic area experts would be one level, right? So I'm not going to read all the topics to you here, but here's just a few of them we could consider. And in this role, you would be willing to put your name and contact information on the Mpca's website, having a particular expertise in one or multiple areas from the perspective of a planning commissioner. You could be a staff member, but you would have to realize that you would be answering questions from planning, most likely answering questions from planning commissioners, and having to respond with the kind of insight that a planning commissioner or a board of zoning appeals member would need to address any of these topics. So, this would be one of the more passive of the 2 options. Not passive as in we would be pushing out this website repeatedly and encouraging people to get in touch with you. So this would, and we just put emails in there. So this is one method. If you particularly like, site plan review and think that you've figured out a good method, your expertise could really help newer planning commissioners, and that's something that you enjoy mentoring and teaching people how to do that, we would encourage you to sign up for this. I'll be sending out another survey as I have in the past. It'll be the same survey. It gives a little more information about this, but it's also a way for you to share your contact information and what particular areas you're interested in. And so this is one of the ways. Probably, and then the next step up would be a general mentor. If you're someone who really likes developing relationships, right, really getting out there and meeting people, you can do it virtual for a while, but we'd also encourage people to get together for lunch, dinner, join each other at planning commission meetings, and we would serve as kind of matchmakers here. We would probably have people that are somewhat geographically close to each other, and we could set up these relationships. And as part of the survey that we would send out, how many mentees would you be willing to take on? All right, so I think this is a particularly excellent role for somebody who's been a planning commissioner for many, many years. And would really like to help grow the next generation of planning commissioners. I think most of you, if not all of you, probably have war stories about, you being recruited to join your planning commission. Probably might not even known what it was, but you wanted to help your community. You wanted to give back, and so you joined, and then you're just thrown right thrown right into the deep end. And it would be good to have, of course, you always have other people on your planning commission, but it'd be good to have that lifeline, somebody to talk to, maybe outside of your organization, to give a different perspective. So this is something we would encourage. It could be one-to-one if you really want to develop a close relationship with a specific planning commissioner, or one-to-many. So you wanted to take on 3 or 4 that you'd be willing to mentor. We would help you, again, we would help you set up the relationship. We would help set up a format, suggestions, but this would really be something you could take on and make your own. And hopefully, you build that networking, build those relationships, and we can really strengthen citizen planning in Maryland on a more personal level. And not only is it just a benefit to the person you'd be mentoring, it's also a benefit to yourself, because we learn a lot when we have to teach it. We learn a lot when we have, when we are faced, somebody might ask you a question, they're facing a problem, you're like, you know what, I'm not exactly sure, but I have a lot of knowledge in this other area, so let me think about it for a while, talk with my colleagues, and it expands your own knowledge as well. So please look for that survey. This is also something, if you could reach out to me. I'll put my email in the chat as well, but you'd also reach out to any of the other board members. So please consider these various levels of getting involved. If you're interested in running for office, we'll have elections next year. And if you're interested in joining the board for quarterly meetings and advisory role. Hello, John. Welcome. One of our earlier panelists. Excellent session this morning on broadband. I think he wants to come back. Maybe he wants to be a mentor. I'll have to ask him. So these are some ways that you can get involved in 2022. You can see the Npca has big aspirations, and that's thanks to the leadership of this group. We hope you will join us. Let me see if there are any other questions. Not right now, but Danny, our keynote speaker. Well, I guess, does the executive committee have anything else that they would like to say? I kind of rambled there a little bit, but if you all have anything else you'd like to say.
I'll put in, I actually, I have, it's very important in your business life to have mentors. So right now, I have like 3 mentors that I work with in the different aspects of my business. I have a mentor for my planning, and I have 2 mentors for my business. So it's very important, if you want to grow and learn, to have mentors, and they do help a lot. That's all.
Roxanne, that's a very good point. I have mentors in every aspect of my life, and it has helped me to grow. You can never stop growing and learning, so it is a good opportunity. So, okay.
Well, thank you. I hope you all consider it. Danny, I'm going to turn it over to you. Our keynote speaker is here and ready. If you would like to introduce her, and then
Okay.
we will turn it over to Lucille.
All right, I'm going to adjourn our annual conference business meeting. So I call for a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I so moved.
Thank you. Second? All right, didn't hear you, Doug, but I heard your lips moving. Okay. All right, all in favor, just raise your hand. All righty, so we've adjourned our business meeting. So let's move on to our keynote speaker. So I just want to do a brief introduction of our keynote speaker for this afternoon, and that is Ms. Lucille Walker, and she is the Executive Director of the Southern Maryland Heritage Area. And the Southern Maryland Heritage Area is one of 13 heritage areas in Maryland and was founded in 2003. And she'll correct me if I get any of these facts wrong. But what their goal is to promote heritage tourism in the Southern Maryland area, and to do education and provide experiences for individuals. So without further ado, thank you, first of all, Ms. Walker, for being here. We're so excited that you're here with us, and we can't wait to hear what you have to tell us. We're going to be down there next year. Come heck or high water, we're going to be in Southern Maryland next year. So hopefully you can come back and be with us next year as well. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay, just doing the general test here. Can you hear me?
You're good. We hear you.
Great,
Lucia.
great.
Excellent.
All right. So I'm going to show my screen in a minute here. I'm going to go off camera and show a couple of slides, and then we'll get rid of those slides and just maneuvering through here. All right. Hopefully you all can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yep. We got
Great.
it. We got it. It looks great. Thank you.
Great, 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 great. Well, hello and welcome, yes, to Southern Maryland. We are the Southern Maryland Heritage Area, also known as Destination Southern Maryland. And since we can't be together personally, we have a little bit of drone footage to say, wish you were here. Come visit us soon. We are, in our area, we are where people still work the land and the water. We have 1,000 miles of shoreline and over 10,000 years of history. And we will get into a little more of that in just a moment. I have a couple of slides for a quick summary about the Maryland Heritage Area Program overall. And I'm sure many of you all know the Heritage Area Program, but this is just a quick overview for those who might not. There are 13 heritage areas in the state of Maryland, of which we are one, and kudos to Maryland. There are only 5 state-based heritage areas in the entire United States, of which Maryland is one and considered a leader. So we value our heritage, many kudos. And here is a map of the 13 heritage areas in the state of Maryland. And as you look at that, whatever region you hail from, you do have a heritage area somewhere near you. Heritage areas touch every county in the state. Some are just a small part of one county, some are multi-county, such as ours. And I strongly encourage you to seek out and learn and perhaps even partner with your heritage area if you're not doing that already. Many of you probably are. I noted as I looked at this conference today that I have a number of partners from our region presenting: the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland, the Rural Maryland Council, the Town of Leonardtown, the American Chestnut Land Trust, Maryland Department of Planning, just to name a few. So hello to you all. Okay, just a couple more facts about the program, because you're not really here to see screens. You've seen a lot during the conference, I'm sure. Heritage areas, they're funded through Program Open Space. And since this is the Maryland Planning Commissioners Association Conference, I did want to highlight that overall administration of this program is housed within the Maryland Department of Planning, although each of the 13 heritage areas have their own separate management. It's also good to note that of the $6 million allocated each year from the transfer tax program Open Space, over $5 million of that goes directly back to the counties in the way of grants. Okay, I know you all can read, so I'm not reading the slides. So what is heritage tourism? What do we mean by that exactly? Well, it's about stories. It's about the people and place. It is place-centered, and yes, education, preservation, conservation. But along with that, it's what makes a certain place and a certain history unique. Heritage tourism is really a specific entity within tourism, but there is a lot of overlap, of course. So these are pictures from my region in Southern Maryland. And in Southern Maryland, our job is to highlight what makes Southern Maryland, Southern Maryland. At the Maryland level, it's about what is distinctly Maryland, what defines us, in other words. And it is vital within this program that all stories are told and all voices heard. And that is essential now more than ever. Heritage tourism is also an economic engine, as is tourism itself. And in 2019, the program commissioned an economic contribution analysis, and the results were significant, with tremendous return on investment. You have to remember when you look at this, this is based on the $6 million annual fund stream. This is a snapshot from 2019, before the pandemic. These numbers have changed, of course, as some indoor and event-based sites were very hard hit, while open outdoor sites, parks, historical grounds, they saw record numbers and still are. And we have a full report of this that we can make available to anyone who might be interested. All right, so who are we, the Southern Maryland Heritage Area, publicly known as Destination Southern Maryland? We are 3 counties, Calvert, Charles, and St. Mary's, about to include part of Southern Prince George's with a national initiative, but I'll get more into the national later. We work with all the area tourism departments, and we partner directly with them and with the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland. We work with museums, historic sites, parks, nonprofits, historical societies, farms, watermen, artists, craftsmen, historians, nature societies, colleges, local businesses, government, and planners. Our tagline, our definition, if you will, in Southern Maryland is, we are where time and tide meet. All right, and here are some of our local numbers through that recent economic contribution analysis. Again, we can share these reports with anyone interested. They're public. And then just quickly, our website, should you wish to explore us more. We're also on Facebook and Instagram as Destination Southern Maryland. So I am going to ask to stop sharing my screen now. And I'm trying to see if I have a button to do that or if you all can do that for me. Because really, do you want to look at this all the entire time? It's up to you though. we can do that.
I took it off for you, Lucille.
Oh, great. Thank you. I wasn't sure. I was like, I still see it, but let me quickly exit so I'm not looking at it. Okay, thanks, guys. All right. Hello again. So enough with the slides. We are a successful state-based heritage area, but now we are on the way to becoming a national heritage area. Why? There are only 55 national heritage areas in the entire US right now, and we are aiming to be the 56th. There's only one other standalone Maryland national heritage area, and that is Baltimore, who is also a state heritage area as well. There are 2 other national heritage areas that just touch on Maryland, but include other states. So there is legislation pending right now in the US Congress, supported by, of course, Congressman Hoyer, Senator Cardin, Senator Van Hollen, to create us as a national heritage area. It's all very exciting. But again, why? Because we are one of the foundation stories of our nation. Now that's really critically important on its own, and we'll get into that. But it also, in becoming national, we support Maryland. We elevate Maryland's story, and we also elevate looking ahead to the 400th commemoration of the founding of Maryland. Southern Maryland is where Maryland began in 1634, when the European colonists arrived at St. Clement's Island, and then created the first Maryland capital at St. Mary's City. And the original 1634 fort has just been discovered. You must come visit. It is a treasure trove and will be for a number of years to come. But history began here long before Maryland began here. We are a land of firsts, and that includes First People, the Piscataway, who are still here and who have survived against all odds and are creating a new legacy. It is here also in this place that the first person of African descent, Matthias de Sousa, ever served in a legislature in America, 1642. It is here for the first time that a woman ever petitioned for the right to vote. That was Margaret Brent in 1648. She also saved the colony, but we really don't have time to go into that right now. And fundamentally, it is here for the first time in the Western world, now not just America, the Western world, that any type of religious freedom or religious toleration was codified into law. The first time this basic human principle was put into law, and it was here, and it's huge. Began that separation of church and state. It informed our Constitution. And interestingly, in the colony, they actually physically separated church and state. On one part of the town, they built their state house. On the other part of the town, they put the church. A physical reminder that this was separate, this was completely new. And of course, there are many, many more firsts in our region. One I should never leave out is that we are where the first astronauts trained at the Patuxent Naval River Air Station. This region is also an archaeological and paleontological center for Maryland, with Jefferson Patterson Park and the Calvert Marine Museum. We are where the National Marine Sanctuary is of Mallows Bay, with the ghost fleet of sunken ships. If you haven't heard about it, you need to call me. We will talk about it. We are crisscrossed with national trails, national byway, national sites, historic sites, international sites, including the UNESCO Slave Route Site of Remembrance at Sauderley. That's very important. And we're now also a center of innovation as we look forward as well as looking back. But we are also a land of contrast. As freedoms were established for some, freedoms were taken from others. Land and a way of life from the native people. They were driven to either emigrate west or to go underground. In 2012, the state of Maryland did recognize the Piscataway Conoy tribe and the Piscataway Indian Nation by the state of Maryland. But federal recognition, that is still pending. The freedom of someone who started as an indentured servant, being able to rise to leadership in the society, whether from African descent or not, the Matthias D'Souza story, a mere 40 years later, a law was passed that allowed the enslavement of those of African descent and their families in perpetuity. But the whole story now is starting to be examined. And so as we start to look at it, that which is beautiful and good, and that which is not, that which is tragic and wrong, are now beginning to be looked at as a whole. And as we look at that whole, we really see it's a story of survival, the story of survival across the board, and the story of the human spirit. And that is the story that we need to tell. And that story is the reason we are aiming toward national designation and why we are so honored to also be a state heritage area. So today, with your conference, you are examining so many challenges right here, now, and ahead. Broadband access, a huge one in our rural area. Revitalization of coastal towns such as Leonardtown. The shaping and planning of all future communities based on equity, justice. How do we do that? Serious strategies for the impacts of climate change. And as I said, we have 1,000 miles of coastline. Big changes happening here. And you all are tackling that. Big things, yes. And we need to get back to it, but differently. We as heritage areas, we have our work cut out as well. We are places of discovery, places to explore. We are places where people come together. And as we are doing that, we have to ask, which stories are we going to tell? Whose heritage are we going to honor? Because ultimately, everything we do and everything we should do should be a question regarding who we are, who we were, and who we want to be. So that is my brief talk today at your lovely conference. I'm so honored to be asked to do it. I'm also available for questions. As I said, I tried to keep it brief, but I can talk about this subject for quite a while. So if anyone has any, I'm sure they'll let me know. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Lucille. I encourage, I have a couple questions, and I encourage others to submit some questions as well. So how can Marylanders help in the drive for the national designation?
Oh, well, call me. I'm just kidding. No, but I do wish you will share my direct email and my cell phone. I will get that to you. I don't tend to put those out for recording, but certainly share with the participants. Well, what we're doing right now is that our legislation has been heard in subcommittees in both the US Congress and the US Senate. It has gone through, just to get into jargon a little bit here, markup through the House, which means it's getting ready for a vote down the road. It will be doing that as well in the Senate. We could use letters of recommendation, reaching out about how you can participate within our region, but our region connects to all the other regions. And that's why I'm here today talking not just about what we're doing, but about the Heritage Program as a whole. So there are many ways, because as I said, the stories are the critical component, and we're still weaving all of that together. Does that answer your question?
It does. Yes, thank you. Another question here. What opportunities are available for companies to support the equitable planning of communities in the region?
Well, that's a great question, because I'm suddenly going through my mind an entire Rolodex of options. But generally, any company, because we work a lot with a variety of businesses, because we are about sustainability. I mean, as much as I would just purely love to save a barn, that barn itself has to be sustainable going forward. So programming has to be associated with it, things that will bring people there and help us, help the owners keep that barn up. So it's about connection with sustainability, which of course means also connecting with businesses. So if you are a local business and you want to discuss some of the equitable choices that may or may not be being made in your area, or even just get to know about that, reach out to your heritage area director, as well as this entire planning conference. I know you have sections devoted to it, and we can talk about that, because there is programming we can develop that can be associated. You can sponsor it as a business, you can participate. We are not a purely preservation organization, and that's what I was trying to stress. We're all these aspects where we do want people to grow a business that also can connect with the environment, with the heritage, with the primary stories.
Great. I'm gonna throw you a slight curveball here, just because I'm interested. You mentioned a lot of excellent places in Southern Maryland, and most of them I had heard of. But what are give me 3 under the radar places that people might not think of in your region that you're really proud of, or you think that people should check out or learn more about?
Well, it's hard to know. You're right. It's a slight curveball, because I'm so immersed in all the places. I'm like, who doesn't know about these places? But I will have to tell you a funny thing, just kind of segueing into that. I was in an interview, and I will not say the news organization that was interviewing me, and they very sweetly said to me, oh, and we were standing in one of the places, an enslaved person's graveyard, and they said, it's really beautiful here on the Eastern Shore. And I said, oh yes, the Eastern Shore is beautiful. I love the Eastern Shore. We're technically called the Western Shore. So you're just trying to not make them feel bad, but that's one of the aspects kind of defining us, why to come to our region and who we are. One of those places is that enslaved person's graveyard. We have a number of Network to Freedom sites. That's a Park Service initiative that connects to the Eastern Shore in terms of the Harriet Tubman story, the Underground Railroad. But these are not directly related to Harriet Tubman herself, but these are sites that are directly related to self-emancipation, people trying to leave, people trying to escape. And those are sites throughout our region that you can really connect and see a story. We have 2 maps. We have our Destination Southern Maryland map, and you can access that on our website. And we also have our new African American Heritage Tour map as well, and so that you can kind of connect those stories a little bit easier, because they're so important. The enslaved person's graveyard I'm referring to is on a farm, and this is an interesting story. The farmers had discovered a skull when doing plowing many years ago, and they had saved that out of respect, didn't have any idea what it was about, and just kind of forgot about it. And then the derecho came through in July a number of years ago. I don't know if you all remember that. And it ripped up a huge tree, and in the tree's roots were actual bones. And at that point, it happened to be, and you talk a lot about citizens and citizen participation, it happened to be an individual who is very involved in this community, also with the Smithsonian Institution. And he called the State Highway Administration, the chief archaeologist there, Julie Slobitsky, Dr. Slobitsky, and asked her to come see. And so it's a long story, but it turned out that this was one of the largest enslaved persons graveyards in our region. It's from the 1700s, 1760 to 1820. And the family actually maintains it out of their own expense and open it to people to come and reflect. It's kind of a very special and moving place. They've kept it full of wildflowers, but what they did, and this was also very special, and part of what we do as organizations as we move forward to be as respectful as we can, is to work with descendant populations. So the African American folks that have been there for generations, and ask them how it should be proceeded with, and ask their permission to disinter some of the individuals, to study them, and then to reinter them with great respect and with ceremony. And now there are stones that mark, they're just numbers, because that's all we have. But we do have a list of all the people that were enslaved by these people. And one thing they do at Christmas is they have and not just at Christmas, 2 other times during the year, where they read the names of all the people that were enslaved, hoping that some of those names were those that were there, a way to honor them. Another site on a cheerier level, not everyone knows about Amory Gardens. That is a wonderful, quirky, fabulous part of our heritage that is full of art. Really, because a lot of what we do is folkways and foodways and cultural aspects of who we are. And so Amory Gardens is this delightful place where you can wander through sculptures that they have from the Smithsonian and Hirshhorn and different places. And they have art events, and we're a granting organization. We do product development through our grants. And one of the products that they developed is called the Tremendous Trail. And you can wander through it and learn about our local flora and fauna. So that one is really delightful. And then I'm trying to be kind of fair to my different counties, looking all the different ones that are there. So I've gotten 2, one's in Charles, one's in Calvert, and then in St. Mary's. I know about it, and I think most people should know about it, but there are 2 sites I'll mention just really quickly. I think Sotterley is pretty well known, and one of the aspects that they're doing, I mentioned it when I was talking, they have a UNESCO, a United Nations slave route site of remembrance, but they are really retelling the plantation story so that is not the story, it's a people story. And they have an initiative called Common Ground, where they bring both folks that are descended from people who enslaved people and folks descended from those who were enslaved in conversation. It's also a gorgeous spot. And another little spot that it's new, that again was funded through not only our organization, but the state level Maryland Heritage Area Authority grants that are done, is a commemoration to enslaved people in Southern Maryland. And it's both an art piece, but it's historically where there was a cabin discovered. And so they created a piece of art, and you can look at it and you're reflected back through it. And it's in an untraditional site before a football stadium, because that's where they discovered it. And so it reaches people that would not necessarily go to that site as a plan. And so that's really kind of unique. But I could talk about our area all afternoon. So ask me more questions if you have time.
Well, we have 1 or 2 more questions. All right.
Okay.
What is the most interesting comment that the Heritage Authority has received about its heritage tourism offerings?
That the authority has received? Unfortunately, I'm not on the authority, but I could.
Well, I guess. Oh, Harry, I'm sorry, area. So it was HA, and I was just reading the.
Oh, right.
I'm reading the acronym incorrectly. My apologies.
No worries at all. So it's the most interesting comment about what did you say? Most interesting comment about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm muted. Sorry. What is the most interesting comment that the heritage area has received about its heritage tourism offerings?
Oh, offerings. Well, you will laugh at this one. If you've ever gone to historic St. Mary's City, I have had a comment said to me once, someone came to see some of what was being done there, and they looked around and they said, "Where's the city?" There's no city in the traditional sense there at Historic St. Mary City. So much to do. I can't really think. I mean, some of the comments can be kind of funny in that people want to know more about how they can, build that offering that we have. But I can't really think of anything funnier than that. I'm sure I will when the conference is over.
You can send them to me and I'll send them out to everybody.
Okay.
Well, the last question is actually is mine. I'm a native Virginian, and Southern Maryland is pretty close to Virginia. And how do you do you have any of your work? How does it connect with Virginia? Are you seeing I had another question came in as well, but I'll ask that afterwards. Are you seeing the historical connection between Southern Maryland and Virginia? Anything about that connection?
Yeah, no, absolutely. History does not know boundaries, really. I mean, we artificially place boundaries, really. I mean, if you think about it. So some of the histories I was just talking about, the native peoples, first people history, that does not obviously stop at Virginia's borders or Maryland's borders. Sorry, allergies. They were holding off till now. So their history is connected all through ours, but also the African American story, that's also very prevalent, good and bad in terms of treatment and different policies, but also so sorry, we're interconnected in all that we do. Every early colony, I mean, it's all interwoven. I'm so sorry.
Take your time, Lucille. Have a few sips.
Oh, all good, just allergies. You don't like to cough in public anymore, though, so it's probably good we're on screen, so people aren't like running in terror right now.
Another question came in here. How can planning commissions support heritage areas within their local area? So getting back to our audience.
Oh, yes, wonderful question. Participate. I mean, the planning. I have a one planning commission member on my board. I mean, it is so important what you all do. As certified planner, Greg Bowen, who's from the American Chestnut Land Trust, he and I work together all the time. Planning commissions are essential because as you're looking ahead, and that's what I was talking about when I said, what stories are we going to elevate? What heritage are we honoring? What parts of our towns are we setting aside for what purpose? And then how do we bring, for me, a big thing is how do we bring people together? That whole concept of a town square of conversations that people can have. And it's so important. How can we connect with that? And planners and planning commissions, that's your work is so vital to that. So every heritage area, as I said, it's throughout Maryland, needs their planning commissions to participate, and they need to participate with their planning commissions to assist with some of the hard work that you're doing here. Absolutely. Join boards, call us, find out. It would be great. And we speak at different commissions a lot, just to help explain, again, what we do. Because so often when people hear heritage area, and this is not a bad thing, I'm all for it. They think preservation, conservation, and yes, absolutely, that's part of what we do, but that is not all we do. And the educational component's huge, but also this product development and really building different products that make people want to come to your area and make the local folks want to stay, or people move, not just tourists, to come to this place because this is unique, this is fun, this is interesting. That's all of what you are doing too, so that's wonderful.
Great, thank you. And we're getting a couple more questions in now. So how do local government bodies contribute to and benefit from the Southern Maryland Heritage Area?
Well, we are an economic engine, so we'll start with that. I mean, if you want to talk bare bones regarding that, tourism as a whole, as you know, in Maryland is huge. But we, again, are one of the one of the programs that help define an area. So a local government, you're looking, at economic development. We have in our region, the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission works a lot with farms and watermen, and that's part of our culture too. And so how we try to benefit local government is give people a reason to come and stay and be part of it and pay taxes, and buy something and have that transfer tax happen. That's what our role is to make that region, wherever you are, be more essential and more interesting. If that answers your question.
It does, thank you. So what can other heritage areas in the state learn from your marketing and promotion experiences? I would also be interested in learn how you might work with other heritage areas in the state.
Oh, okay. We work together all the time. We have something called the Coalition of Maryland. Well, actually, the technical name is the Maryland Heritage Areas Coalition. And I am very honored to be one of the chairs for that. And that is a coalition of all 13 heritage areas. We get together and make group decisions, and we learn about what everyone is doing in everyone else's heritage area, because we are very connected. Our programs cross heritage areas all the time. Even our grants, we have multi-heritage area grants that, like for instance, recently we got to partner with the Pride of Baltimore and the National Park Service, a Star Spangled Banner Trail, and all the heritage areas that had a Star Spangled Banner, part of the Star Spangled Banner Trail, which is a national trail. We were able to get some funding together and bring the pride and bring the programming, and we all work that out together. And so that's a really unique aspect of what we can do. We literally talk to each other, all of the heritage areas all the time, because we're not in a silo. We are funded through Program Open Space, as I said. Those grants come by way of management grants through the Maryland Heritage Area Authority. So we are grant funded, but we're also granting. And part of what we do in order to get these grants to people is to reach out, each of us reach out into our own communities. I do this all the time, and let people know about the grant options available. And back to your local government, we do have commissioners apply for grants. Governments can also apply, nonprofits, people who partner with a nonprofit. That can help them enhance a park that's underneath their province. Signage, unique signage. I mean, a lot of our parks, I mean, I know Greg Bowen will probably talk about this at the American Chestnut Land Trust, but with the pandemic, just exploded in terms of use. And sometimes, people aren't as familiar with a park or a trail. People get lost. People need more signage. People also want to know what they're looking at and who were here before. I diverged a little bit, but I hope that kind of addressed the question.
It was a broad question, allowing for divergence. All right. So the president, Danny Winborn, wants to know how we can arrange tours.
Well, come to our heritage area, please. But all 13 heritage areas, we specialize in that. I work directly with Calvert, Charles, and St. Mary's departments of tourism. So we can craft a tour for you. I know in my heritage area, we have maps that allow people to just do a self-tour, but, and as I said, access our website, but just contact your heritage area director. Contact me, and I will contact the tourism directors, and we'll work together we do that all the time. Bus tours, whatever kind of tours that you'd like to do.
Great. You hear that, Danny? I'm gonna put you on, it's your responsibility. All right.
And we always give good lunches for you guys.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Lucille?
I said we always provide a good lunch, so
Oh, great. All right, one more question and then a comment, and we'll let you go. Are your coalition meetings open to the public?
I saw your open meeting. Yes, I mean, we're not really an entity. We're not a board in an official way. We're kind of more of a gathering. We do have people that come into them, but it doesn't fall, from what I understand, because I did look at your open meeting act. We are not an official entity. We do not have quorums. We are really a gathering of directors to chat. But we do welcome people.
Okay. Well, I want to end with this positive comment. Lucille's passion and enthusiasm to share the story of survival is admirable. Thank you, Lucille, for all you are doing to preserve our heritage and recreate beautiful new areas around our heritage to attract others outside Maryland. Exclamation point. Thank
Aw,
you, Lucille.
very kind. It's been such a pleasure being able to talk with you all. I'm so glad you asked me to come.
Absolutely. Did you have any last words?
No, just as I said, get to know your local heritage area. No matter where you are, you have one. And all of our stories, I mean, we all tell the story of Maryland, but we all tell it in a unique way. So literally, if you really want to get to know Maryland, go to every heritage area because you will hear distinct stories and unique to that place and that particular story. And I've learned so much traveling to all the different heritage areas.
Hey, Joe, this is Danny. Lucille, thank you so much. I agree with that comment that someone made about your passion. I'm just sitting here on the edge of my seat listening to you, but I really want to follow up next year if we do get to come to Southern Maryland, that we maybe have a session where you can talk a little bit more. I'm sure that you've got plenty more you can share with us. So
I'd love to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that in our back pocket. So thank you so much.
You are so welcome. I just know virtually, you don't necessarily need to sit and listen to a talking head that much, but in person, I would love to just keep talking with you. It would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you again, Lucille. I'll say that our next panel starts at 1:30. We're going to continue on our Southern Maryland. Hold on, let me turn on my camera real quick. All right, we're gonna, next panel starts at 1:30. Continue on our Southern Maryland theme of the day with a presentation from Calvert County's Planning Commission about some citizen planning insights. So we hope you can join us. Danny thanked Steve Jones earlier for all the work he did, helping us prepare for what at that time was going to be a conference in Solomons, and Steve Jones is a part of this panel. So it's great to have planning commissioners share their stories, share their experience with you. So take the next 23 minutes. If you still haven't eaten lunch yet, eat lunch, and make sure you're back here by 1:30. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. See you then.
This is Steve. Is anyone on the call right now by chance? There we go. Steve Jones. Okay.
Hello? Hey, Steve, can you hear me by any chance?
I can now, yes.
Awesome. Okay. So
Just to let you know, we are it's still live. The mic is still hot, and they're waiting for 1:30. So I myself was getting my audio and camera ready. So
okay, I will not drop the F-bomb if that's what you're worried about.
10-4.
Oh, I just got a text. Yes, they can hear us. Good. All right. All right, let me see if I can remember how to do all of this now. Man.
John, go ahead and mute your microphone for now until you get that done.
One, two.
Hey guys, this is Michael Bayer. I'm Joe's colleague. He and John Coleman are taking a break right now, so they're not at the console at the moment, but they'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Hey Joe, they're on and they have questions.
How do you share screen?
So I have to share it with you. So I'll make you the when it's your turn to share.
Gotcha.
I'll make you the presenter, and then you can share your screen.
Oh, perfect. Okay. I was wondering what was different. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So right now, since we're live, people can hear us. It's no big deal. Just keep that in mind that people can hear us. Greg, are you feeling comfortable about sharing your screen? I know you sent me your most recent.
Yeah, give me that one more time.
So, well, I'm not going to do it now because we are live. But
yeah, just talk me through it. That's all.
You'll get that show my screen pop up on your screen when I make you the panelist, and you're going to be the first panelist. Okay. And then you can click show my screen, and it'll be on whatever. Do you have two? I can't remember. Do you have two monitors or one?
One.
So it'll show your screen. So if you have your, you make the before I do that, you could just make your PowerPoint full size presentation mode. Then you go show my screen, and it'll show your PowerPoint.
Perfect.
But remember to turn your cameras off until the question and answer.
Gotcha.
Hey Joe, Steve Jones here. How you doing?
I'm good. Actually, you should probably turn your cameras off now because we are live. I think a lot of people aren't paying attention right now, but if you don't mind turning, yeah. Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Doing good. So do you want me to lead this off, or is you going to lead right into Greg?
Well, I was going to introduce you all, but I can turn it over to you if you want. I was just going to quickly say welcome back, and then now I'm going to name the panel, like name the name of the session, and then I was going to name you all. I can turn it over to you if you'd like me to.
Yeah, could you? I just wanted the privilege of introducing Greg.
Absolutely. Then I won't even introduce them. I'll just turn it over to you, and you can introduce them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And Steve, say something nice about me, please. And I know look, you know, you can go to church on Sunday and, you know, confess your sins, but just for the time being.
All right, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be back, fellas.
Okay.
Welcome back to the 38th Annual Maryland Planning Commissioners Association. We are here today joined with three gentlemen representing Calvert County, but I'm going to turn it over first to Steve Jones, Chair of the Calvert County Planning Commission.
Thank you, sir. Would you like my camera on or no?
I'd say keep them on during the introductions.
Okay.
And Steve, I want to let the crowd know that your name is Steve Jones. It says
Yeah.
John Mattingly, but that's Steve.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd say once the slides start, then we can turn the cameras off. But thank you, Steve. This is the finest dressed panel we've had so far. So I'll let you introduce them to everybody.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thank you for having us. I'm Steve Jones, Chair of the Calvert County Planning Commission. One of the things I want to talk about is to say thank you to everyone. I've heard Danny and Joe and all of you make reference. We had planned on having this event in Calvert County this year. We were very excited about it. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out. We would like another shot at the title, and hopefully you will grace us with the ability to do this, because we certainly wanted to show everybody some Southern Maryland hospitality. We were all excited about it. And along those lines, I also need to say that, it wasn't just me or just Paul Conover. It was all of staff, and everybody put a lot of work and a lot of time and certainly a lot of thought into this. So thank you all very much. Our first speaker is going to be Greg Kernan. So a little history about Greg. I'm not going to read you his bio, but what I do want to say is Greg was the vice chair when I came onto the Planning Commission several years ago. He became chair, at which time, after watching Greg, I knew that I wanted to be his number two. I wanted to be vice chair with him. And luckily enough, I was nominated and voted in as vice chair underneath Greg. So Greg certainly is more to me than just a co-worker. He has become a friend, a mentor, and Calvert County is very lucky to have him. So Greg, thank you very much. Without further ado, Mr. Greg Kernan, he will be speaking about the comprehensive and transportation plan.
Thank you very much, Steve, for that introduction. I don't know what to say. I'm happy to be your friend and mentor, as you said. Awesome. What I want to do right now, though, is with the group that's on, and see how many of us are on right now. 59, 61. I'm curious to know how many of you are. Okay, 77 of us now. How many of you are watching this in your pajamas? That's not a vote to take. I'm just curious about that. We are dressed dapperly in our attire, and as Steve said, we would have loved to have had this in Calvert County in person, because we have so much to share and showcase of our county. Right now, I'm going to have a little conversation with you all about comprehensive plan, because I know many of you have done that, or most of you have done your comprehensive plans or in the process of updating them. And wanted to share with you some of the things that we learned, and some things that you might want to look out for if you're still working on yours. And I'd be curious to know what any of you all have experienced when you were putting together your comprehensive plans.
Hey, Greg, you have it in I don't know what you call this view, but he's in Mac. Do you know how to? I'm not. Go to show screen, John. All right, go under screen sharing, Greg, in your control panel. Click down on show screen and just pick the one that's showing the full slides. Right now you're showing like your main slide and then the next slide.
Okay. It's not webcam. What is it? Show screen. That any better?
Do you see screen? Right now we don't see it. Do you see screen sharing option in the control panel?
No, I do not actually, no.
Hmm.
Hold on.
So in the upper right, I know you're using a Mac. Hey, Danny. In the upper right, you should see screen sharing below audience view. Oh, wait, you don't have audience view because you're Mac. I'm sorry.
Right, okay.
We'll get, so what do you have? What, like reading the dark gray bars from top to bottom on your control panel, what do you have?
Sharing attendees, audio, webcam, questions, handout, chat.
What was above attendees?
Sharing.
Yeah, then click sharing.
Okay.
And then you see a show screen.
Show screen, main screen is what I have on just window.
Hold on one second, Greg. All right, there you go. Hit the play from start. Try that in the upper left-hand corner.
So you don't want the presenter view, in other words.
Huh.
This any better?
So far, it looks a little better. It's right now. I see a white screen.
That's not good.
You're
Still a white.
Yeah, it's still a white screen.
Let's see.
You're very close before. It was just, I don't even know the name of that. It was the presenter view, and we want the slideshow view. Yeah, that's presenter view. Click use slideshow. Oh, use slideshow. Oh, when you get back to that screen, Greg, hit use slideshow.
That's what I just hit. Slideshow.
Click forward once. All right, now on that screen, you see up there in the top, as you see end show tips and use slideshow. Click use slideshow.
I don't see that at all.
Are you seeing a black screen that has 2 slides?
No, I'm not.
Go a little higher with your cursor.
Show screen, stop showing, change presenter.
This just looks different than here, Greg, how about you sent me your slides. How about, you want me to share them?
Okay, let's try that then.
Apologies, folks.
Technical difficulties.
You have his slides?
I do. Getting there. All right, you're all set, Greg. Sorry about that.
Okay, let's go to the next slide then, because I want to see if my notes are there, because I need my notes. Okay. Oh, well, first of all, folks, I apologize for the delay and the technical issues we were having. I'm a Mac guy, but apparently a lot of the world is still in the PC environment. I've moved on. Okay. When you're putting together your comprehensive plan, and again, most of you know this already, you want to lay out your goals, objectives, and I don't know what it says, objections, but objectives, existing conditions, implementation strategies, future land use, the demographics of the plan, as well as housing, and this must include trends, local economy as appropriate. Next slide. I don't know where that came from. Go back one slide, please. I'm just curious about where that is. Okay. Okay, go forward. You're right. You're good. So some of the questions you're going to have, move on, please. Next slide. Focus groups. We're going to put together a number of focus groups and workshops. And what we have learned, at least in Calvert, is that when you put together these groups, you want to try to, as much as possible, include the target audience, because if your plan is in effect something that you want to promote for 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now, it's important that you have those populations represented in these small groups and focus groups and workshops. Invariably, what happens is you have people who, and I'm going to be careful when I say this, but what happens is you have people who will attend these workshops and focus groups who are in their, well, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 20, 30, 40 years from now, those folks will not be affected by this new plan that you're putting together. So just keep that in mind. Well, some of the things that we tried here in Calvert, social media, and I think we were somewhat successful in getting folks engaged in some of that small group work. But what you've learned, what you have to figure out is how do you get the parent, the teacher who was just getting home from work, putting together a meal for dinner, just finished soccer and t-ball practice, have to do homework and all of that, and then they're very active in their current careers. So it's real hard to get those folks out for a meeting at 7 o'clock in the evening. What we learned and what we found out was that we had a lot of people who were already retired, and that's not to devalue their input and participation in the process, because those points of view are very important as well. But what you do want a cross section of people to be involved in what's the plan going to look like when it's finally finished and done. Next slide, please. The plan will include a lot of different elements. What is it going to look like 10, 20 years from now? What would the housing look like? What would the infrastructure be? What kinds of things are we going to run into by putting together a plan that you're projecting out many years? Because all along the way, you're going to have a number of changes, some of which are going to be accepted, a lot of which are going to be what's the word I want to use, Steve? We don't want that. I'll just say it that way. We prefer not to have that in the plan. So there will be some pushback, but expect that. And I would suggest even embrace that kind of confrontation and controversy, because it's important that you hear all the voices at the table, read all the comments from the public, and try to craft a plan that that will benefit the whole. I'm not suggesting that the majority view is what you want, but you do want to figure out a way to get as much input from as many people, from as much a cross section of the public as you can.
Greg, can I add something there?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so this is Steve Jones again. So one of the things that the board, we've all discussed, is a lot of times in these focus groups, there is controversy, and we've taken, in my opinion, a fairly unique approach in that we welcome that. Every once in a while, what we have found, Greg and I have talked about this specifically, is that every once in a while, somebody might say something that really springs something in your brain, and it kind of makes you rethink maybe a position you were on. So I've seen in the past, I've seen people try to kind of steer away from a different opinion. And Greg, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think we've done a good job of embracing that. So that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Now it's time for action. What are you going to do now that you put this plan together, and you got to adopt it at some point? So part of that adoption process is, again, a special meeting just for the adoption. And your planning commission will vote on it, and then forward that to the Board of County Commissioners or your council. And finally, you want to put the plan in action. So hopefully you've got enough input, you've covered everything, but what you will learn is that there are times when everything can't be included in the plan. And here's another piece of information. If your plan is accepted by everybody, my guess is you went wrong somewhere along the way. Next slide, please. Oh my gosh, traffic. Our plan has a chapter, and most plans do, a chapter on transportation and traffic. We decided to do something different, however, and have a separate transportation plan and traffic study. Some of the information we got from that was, again, this is the word I'll use, controversial, because the information we were getting from the state and from professional engineers and traffic planners did not quite jive with what we were finding out in our daily travels up and down the road. Next slide, please. All of this is stuff that you already know, the typical elements of traffic studies and the outputs that you expect to get. But it goes without saying that as much as you put into your plan and development of the plan, that's what you're going to get out of it. We took our time with it. Again, we did a separate transportation plan study. And I think even though not everyone was satisfied with the result of that study, the information that we gained and garnered from it has proven to be very helpful and useful. Next slide, please. At some point, once your plan is adopted and you think you have everything in place and you're now receiving all the comments that you're going to receive from the public, what you learn is that what's good for the whole and what may be good for the majority of the people in terms of directing traffic, redirecting traffic, is not something that's going to be accepted. And while it might make sense to send traffic through neighborhoods and that kind of thing, what ends up happening is folks say, no way, not in my neighborhood, not my backyard. So I'd be curious to know what kinds of experiences you all have had with both your comp plans as well as if you've done transportation studies and traffic studies. Next. So at this time, we will entertain some questions, comments. I think Steve may have a ringer or two out there somewhere. John Magley, do you have one as well?
Do I have a ringer?
Yeah.
No, I only have very, very, very concise and sincere questions.
There you go. Give me one of those then.
You know, one of the things that I think really rings true is this effort. Calvert County is unique in Maryland in that we probably have the most rapidly aging population. And really, this is a credit to you, Steve, and the chair before, Ms. McHugh, et cetera, how we have taken so many efforts to reach out to the younger demographics, the young families. My question is really, how did you know, or because we all knew that we were an aging population here, but did you have some sense of how fast we were aging, or was it just looking around the meeting rooms and seeing, all the gray hair?
I think we had pretty good census information on that, John, but it was interesting to see. It was both interesting and at times I think maybe not the word disappointing is not the right word, but we would have liked to have seen the people who are moving into the county, the younger population. But again, those folks they have full lives. I mean, they have careers, they've got children that they have to do things for in the evenings. And so I think what we did was we tried to reach out to them using social media and other means. And yeah, it was interesting to see that the census information that we had received actually bore out what was coming through the doors to some of the focus groups and meetings. And that's not a bad thing. Again, it's not bad. It's what happens is, and again, this is a bit of editorializing on the previous chair's part. And I'll just go ahead and say it that way. I was born in this county and it used to look like this. I wanted to continue to look like that. And I am, though I'm not against progress, I don't want too much of it. And if I just moved to this county, I like the way it is, but I want a little bit more. But I like some of the old. And then, you know, what you're really doing in your plan is planning for those folks who are born yesterday and yet to be born. And you're getting all this information from these other two groups. So it's something to consider. Again, that's a bit of editorializing on my part. Do we have anything in the chat?
Greg, I have a, this is Joe, I have a maybe more technical or operational question. So you talked a lot about the transportation studies. How did the Planning Commission interact with or respond to the transportation studies? Was it something presented by staff and work sessions? How did you like engage with it?
Well, first of all, we hired an outside consultant to do the bulk of that work. Again, that was not something that was, first I would say it was not believed, because the information that we were hearing from the traffic engineers and traffic planners was quite different from what we were experiencing in our day-to-day travels throughout the county. So that was looked upon with some skepticism. Well, maybe they're using outdated traffic information or numbers or data. And so that was a concern. We accepted it finally because we needed to have that chapter be a part of our plan. And that was a decision that we made. We didn't have to do it that way, but the Planning Commission decided that we wanted a transportation chapter. So we accepted it. We've moved on from that. Again, like a lot of things, I think that's a moving target, Joe. It's you know, traffic today is going to be a lot different than it was 2 years ago, pre-pandemic. So depending on when and the time is when it's done, you'll get different numbers and you'll get different results, and you try to share that with a skeptical public, and then you're going to take some licks for that, I think. Steve, don't you agree?
I do, Greg, 110%.
Thank you. We have a couple more questions here.
Okay.
What kind of social media is recommended for reaching out to youth? Have you had any experience with staff reaching out to schools or youth groups?
Good question. I'm not the best person to answer that question, but I will tell you that we did do a lot with Facebook. We did some stuff with Twitter, and what I've learned recently, very recently, is that Facebook tends to be now a platform that's used by older people. So now Facebook is thinking about changing its whole direction, because they now realize that the majority of the people on Facebook are not the youth. You have some ideas, Joe?
Joe, what was your question again?
Sure. It was what kind of social media is recommended for reaching out to the youth? And then the second part was, have you had any experience with reaching out to schools or youth groups?
So I can tell you, I don't want to throw her name out, but I will. Miss Jenny Plummer Walker. I know that there was some contact with some youth groups that they actually participated in our virtual meetings where we were taking surveys, and they actually had youth groups. I'm going to say Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, that they actually participated in the surveys for the county. And I was actually really excited about that because, again, it gives you a lot of diversity, you know, as opposed to everyone being 50 plus years old. We had a 18 and below category where people could speak to what they were going through. And I believe that the platform used, Joe, I believe, so that was a Zoom platform, but we do, I know that, I don't want to get into John Mattingly's section of this too much, but I do know that our participation has vastly increased since we went to hybrid meetings.
Okay. Thank you both.
Wow, what a perfect segue.
We do have a couple more questions for Greg. Did you want to take them now, Greg, or you want to save them to the end?
Go right ahead, sure.
Okay. You're talking earlier about, I think the issue that a lot of planners and planning commissioners face is, you have disagreements. People want some kind of growth, but they want it to, you put it a really good way that they want some things, but they want it to stay the way it was. So when you're going through your process, how did you balance the views of the development community with the general public?
And that's quite a balancing act to pull off too. Probably the biggest thing I think we did was we listened and we took our time. We tried not to rush the plan to get it completed by a certain date or in a certain term or in a certain person's term. And so we revised and revised and continued to revise until we had something we thought was acceptable. And again, we knew that it would not please everybody and probably not even the majority of the people, but we thought we did what we thought was best for the county as a whole. So, there are a number of ways to do the plan. You can have it really tight and limit growth and development, that kind of thing, or you can have it very loose and you can have everything for everybody. And we were probably somewhere on the tighter side, down the middle on the tighter side. We want some development, but we don't want, and I'm not going to use the name of the town that was mentioned a whole bunch of times because I don't think that's fair, but we want Calvert County to remain the county that we loved and the reason we moved here. It's rural, it's country. That's one word that's been used. And for the most part, folks want to keep it that way, even though they have moved from suburbia and metropolitan areas. They moved here for a specific thing, and they want to keep that. While they're saying that, this is the other thing that they also say. It would be nice to have a steakhouse. We had one commissioner who said, I would like to be able to go into a store and buy a suit without having to go to Annapolis. To which folks in that same meeting say, then move to Annapolis, go buy your suit there, go live there. So it can get really intense when you have these community meetings and focus groups because folks put it out there. They tell you what's on their mind and what they like and what they don't like about the plan and the reason that they moved to the county, stayed in the county, grew up in the county and didn't move away and stayed, and you get all of that. So I hope that gets to the heart of your question, Joe.
Yeah, I think you go on for a long time with that question. Here's another one, building off that. How did you engage the business community in the process? They often do not attend public meetings and do not want to express their opinion in public.
What we tend to do here in Calvert is have open meetings. We did not have a separate meeting just for developers. We stayed away from those kinds of conversations where it appears that the business community or the development community was having a special time with us. So we invited them, we invited all the rest of the citizens to the same meetings, and we heard from both sides. And interestingly, a lot of times, some of the public actually supported the business and development community. Again, they want certain things that they don't have and didn't have. And again, a lot comes with that, Joe. What we have seen is that when we've developed, I'll use Prince Frederick as an example. We have more shopping in Prince Frederick, and we have more eating establishments. But along with that came the associated traffic. So you get the good with the bad, or you get the what did Denzel say? If you pray for rain, you get some mud. I think that's what he said in one of his movies. And that's what happens. You want these places, and fortunately, unfortunately, you have to deal with what comes with it.
Okay, one more question before we'll move on to John, and then we're going to have some more questions at the end. So this is not the last time to get your questions in. So if you could go back and do it all over again, I'm sure you're looking forward to that. What is the one thing you'd make sure you do again, and one thing you'd never do again?
Well, One thing we would do again is take our time and include as many people as we could. Things that we would not do again. I'm not sure if there's anything we would not do again. I think I would say it this way. It would be nice, again, if we could have had more participation from the younger people, new families, folks who just moved into the county. One of the things that I did and still pride myself on doing is if I'm out at a supermarket or a restaurant, I'll engage people, find out where they came from. If they moved here from Montgomery County, if they moved here from wherever, what attracted them to the county? What would they like to see? What do you like about the county? Is there anything you would change? And I get everything from soup to nuts when I ask those questions. And so I would say, again, to do more of that kind of thing, because the folks that I'm engaging with when I do that are people who I know couldn't make these meetings. They were working. They just gotten home from work. They had homework to do. They had to prepare for tomorrow's lesson plan and so forth. So not anything that I would not do again. I just think that we needed to engage more people, because again, the plan is futuristic, and a lot of what we were getting was, from the past, plain and simple. I like the way the county was 20, 30 years ago, and I like to go back to that. And of course, that's not possible, or not entirely possible, but there's some things in that past that we can preserve, and we're trying to do that here in Calvert.
Thank you, Greg. I'll just share one experience at a county I used to work for when we were going through the comp plan. There was one particular community in the county that we knew that's where most of the younger families, that it was growing with younger families. A lot of the new development was there. And for our community meeting down there, we actively encouraged everyone to bring their children to the meeting, and we set up special tables for the children to, do some drawing activities of what they would like their community to look like in 20, 30 years. I can't remember the exact question we had. I wouldn't say that it brought everybody out, but it was interesting. Then we let the children share, what their drawings were about with everybody. So it was a fun exercise.
Very good. Thanks for sharing that.
You're welcome. Thank you, Greg. All right, I'm going to move on to John Mattingly here.
John, this is Steve Jones again, real quick. So just a quick intro for John. John is our legal counsel. When I came onto the planning commission, there were some issues. There we go. Hang on just a minute. Let me get my camera straight here. There we go. There were a few issues with legal counsel. The one thing I want to say is John, of course, has become more than legal counsel to all of us. He's become a friend, a coworker, and a colleague. The one thing that I think this is important. John would give me legal advice on certain things, and he would say it a certain way. And I would say, okay, John, now tell me that and explain that to me in English so that I can understand it, right? So he would. So John has a very good way, in my opinion, of taking a very complex issue and, for lack of better words, dumbing it down for a guy like me so that I can comprehend it. So John, thank you. And without further ado, John is going to talk about hybrid meetings.
Thank you, Steve. Just want to make sure everybody can see me.
Hey, John, can you go to display settings at the top of your screen and change it? Swap it. On your left screen, the screen that has a black background. Go to display settings. Yep. And go to swap. There you go. Thank you. You're muted, John.
All right. It said it was, we all good? Okay. My apologies if I messed up the technology there. And I'm probably in the midst of this, you'll have a little joke about muting and unmuting. And in my defense, it did say that you had muted me as well. So over the past,
it could be on me. My apologies.
Nah, it's okay. I'm sure I will. During the course of this speech, I'm sure I'll screw up a million times. So over the course of about the last year and a half, COVID has brought so many changes to our world, and changes as to how we do things. And how much of these changes will stay with us, who knows? But it certainly has changed the way we meet. Hybrid meetings, what are they? Well, let's see. Hybrid meetings are meetings where some participants or observers join remotely while the rest of the meeting attendees are gathered together in a meeting room. Essentially, we can consider any meeting with at least one participant who's remote or a remote observer. That is a hybrid meeting. By now, we're probably all familiar and have experienced virtual meetings and hybrid meetings. And true here in the fall of 2021, this subject is not cutting edge. Actually, it's probably old hat to all of us. But for planning commissions, there are some unique challenges that deserve further analysis and discussion. So let's look at the melding of technology with the traditional. And the one thing I want to say is that despite all the benefits that your jurisdiction can derive from a hybrid meeting, the burden falls on staff, and the complexity of just facilitating the meeting is multiplied. So let's look at the technology component. In a hybrid meeting, all the same technology challenges as a virtual meeting remain, but additional challenges arise as the in-person site, the hearing room, must be accessible and synced with remote observers and participants. Now, on a more basic level, there are the simple and now cliche stumbling blocks, which we started this meeting with. You know, John, you're on mute. Every single meeting, there is one person who just won't unmute themselves, and today it was me. 1.5 years into this pandemic, excuse me, and still I promise you, your next meeting, your chair will have to tell someone you're muted. No, sir, you're still muted. Can you hear me? This meme is overplayed. It's over circulated, but it's still equally relevant. We joke about the various cultural phenomena that have popped up during COVID and our transition to more remote interactions. Just as email and texting has spawned kind of a more informal writing style, the Zoom meeting has brought its own informalities. But there can be no denying the benefits or opportunities that a hybrid meeting presents. Starting with the premise that we all want public participation. And I'm going to base this on the fact that we do all want public participation and more of it. And by more, I don't just mean the quantity of public participation, but a broader participation. Now, whether virtual or in person, each meeting style has its own drawbacks and challenges. The in-person meeting, at least at the local level, what we're facing is mainly the time commitment. That's the big challenge to public participation, the amount of time that it takes the average citizen to come in and participate in these meetings in person. Contrast that with the virtual meeting. The primary challenge is the technology gap, either the lack of access or the lack of familiarity with the technology. But with the hybrid, we have a potential solution. I do want to emphasize, however, that these benefits do come at a cost. As I alluded to earlier, staff has to be able to run the technology and at the same time conduct a safe, orderly in-person meeting and blend those two meeting styles together seamlessly. And the point of this graphic and really hybrid meetings moving forward, if your jurisdiction decides to keep the hybrid meeting format, even after the pandemic, is the ease of access and the greater public participation. Unfortunately, at this time, we're still not completely clear of the pandemic. So for the in-person portion of hybrid meetings, safety protocols still must be met. And we're all familiar with these, but I'll just run through them. And primarily what we're looking at is the setting up of the hearing room or meeting room. So social distancing, touch-free stations, etc. If you notice on the graphic, I put masks in with question marks. Some locales might require masks at gatherings, and certainly if your meetings are being held in courthouses, like many of the smaller jurisdictions, we do that or they do that, there will be a mask mandate. Okay, so rather than just highlight safety points, a picture of a planning meeting where we can point out the things that went wrong and how things have changed since COVID may be a more effective approach. Okay, so this is a picture of a planning meeting. And what are the things that are basically wrong, or things that we would never even consider allowing today? Well, we have a problem with social distancing. There's no touchless mic, no mic cover, etc. Now, for those of you who want extra credit, there's some other things that you probably should avoid. You should avoid, do not cover your face with an exhausted, exasperated hand, especially if you're a planning commission member or if you're staff. The other thing you may want to avoid is actually giving the speaker the middle finger. Now, memes aside, and we've touched on this, there is something that really rings true in this meme. It's looking at the demographic. And frankly, this meme is a planning commission meeting, and it is true to life. It's the age of attendance of these events skews towards retirees and seniors. And unfortunately, it seems that the only time we get any diversity from that demographic, you guessed it, we're all familiar with this guy, right, at our planning commission meetings. Now, what I'd like to do is compare that with a meeting, a local meeting that was in Anne Arundel County. Now, this was obviously taken before the pandemic, a much more diverse group. And this is really the people who should be your stakeholders in planning. As Greg said in his previous speech, a plan is 20 years out in the future. Well, this is obviously a group that's skewed younger. Now, I will admit this was a PTA meeting, but this really is the opportunity that hybrid meetings offer. Families, especially the younger families, are at sports practice, making dinner, helping with homework, and it makes it difficult to physically attend. And it's not just families, it could be commuters, people whose jobs require that they travel, etc. But with hybrid, we still have this potential to capture the broader demographic. Now, all of the practical considerations aside, as we all know, the core of any meeting, at least in the state of Maryland, virtual, in-person, or hybrid, must be compliance with the Open Meetings Act. The act is the beginning and the end, the alpha and the omega. So a word about it is in order. At the beginning of this pandemic, I would have bet that there was going to be an avalanche of opinions and violations being handed down from the Open Meetings Compliance Board related to virtual meetings and hybrid meetings. Surprisingly, that really has not been the case. There have been very few opinions, all things considered, very few opinions on hybrid and virtual meetings. But the few that we have, they're worth going over. Now, I'm going to take these somewhat out of order because there is one case that really deserves special attention. But for now, let's start with the easiest one. That's 15 OMCB 28, and that's a 2021 case, and that's from Chestertown. Now, unbeknownst to staff or the town council of Chestertown, the live stream went out in the middle of a remote only or virtual meeting. And the compliance board said, and I quote, "We find that the council violated section 3-301, however unintentionally, by proceeding with its remote only meeting without a functioning live stream. It is incumbent on public bodies to train and communicate with their staff to ensure that remote only meetings are accessible throughout the meeting and, if necessary, to address any technological issues before proceeding with the meeting." Pretty common sense stuff. If you're having a virtual meeting and the live stream goes out, there's going to be a violation. And there's 15 OMCB 32. That's also a 2021 case, and that's the Village of Chevy Chase. And here the complainant alleged that Chevy Chase's monthly meetings were password protected and that the password is only distributed via an email to Chevy Chase residents. Now, apparently in this case, this password was done to prevent its meetings from being hijacked by this practice known as Zoom bombing, which this is the first time I'd ever heard of Zoom bombing. But regardless, the compliance board found that Chevy Chase violated the Open Meetings Act by not informing non-residents of the public on how to obtain Zoom information for its remote-only meetings. Another interesting thing, for whatever reason, the compliance board refers to their virtual meetings as remote-only. Occasionally, they'll slip in the word virtual, but anyway. 15 OMCB 55 is another 2021 case, and that's the town of Cheverly. The complainant was unable to log into a meeting after the capacity limit of 100 participants had been reached on Zoom. Now, what the board said in this case was, and I'm going to quote it, ultimately, what is reasonable will depend on the circumstances such as what technologies are available and whether the meeting can be postponed. So this suggestion is merely illustrative. Because the town did not take reasonable steps to enable the overflow crowd to hear the meeting once its virtual meeting space was full and instead proceeded with a meeting that it knew at least some members of the public could not observe, we find a violation, end quote. The board, in looking at this case, reached this conclusion based on previous in-person overflow cases. And let me just caution, and with all due respect to the compliance board, what is, and I quote, reasonable does not really provide us as planning commissions and boards of appeal with a bright line rule. The board, the compliance board, admitted as much and said that they had not, and I quote, given much guidance on this issue. Word to the wise, when it comes to overflow, virtual or in person, go the extra mile to ensure that everyone can hear and log on, as the case may be. Going back to 2020, 14 OMCB 111, and that's the Baltimore County Board of Education, a complaint against them. In this case, there were challenges beyond the scope of hybrid and virtual meetings. In fact, the compliance board in this case found challenges beyond the scope of the Open Meetings Act itself. The relevant portion for us in this case, there were some minor hiccups in the live streams, specifically going to the quality of audio and video. And the board stated, and I quote, under the current circumstances, however, we find that the county board's method provided the public with adequate access to the meeting, that the county board took reasonable efforts to address the shortcomings inherent in virtual meetings, and that the glitches and lapses that occurred from time to time did not materially interfere with that access. In sum, the allegations pertaining to access to the meeting do not establish violations of the act, end quote. Now, saving the best for last, and this is something that I am sure everyone will universally recognize. 14 OMCB 29, and that's a 2020 case. It's Howard County Board of Education. In this case, the Board of Ed members were exchanging texts during the meeting. Now, some of these texts were from people not associated with the proceedings. It was third parties. But the board members themselves were also texting amongst themselves. And the compliance board found a violation and gave very, very strong guidance on this. And I quote, on the basis of the submissions, we find that the county board violated the act when two of its members exchanged electronic messages during a public meeting on the business that the county board was considering at the time. We find the members' mere receipt of messages from non-members did not violate the act, but we encourage the members of public bodies when in a public meeting to avoid reading such input on the matter at hand or responding to it. We acknowledge public bodies to consider how to guard against the appearance that their members are either receiving instructions from outside individuals or secretly deliberating amongst themselves on the public business under consideration, end quote. Now, I bring this opinion up specifically because I see this at least once every meeting. Someone is checking or texting on their phone. Also, there was a separate part of this opinion which chastised the board for using features that we commonly find, the chat features that we commonly find on Teams and Zoom. So the underlying theme of this opinion and the guidance was that we really, and I say that 5 times because the truth is they kept going back to this, have to be careful with giving the wrong appearance to the public. Now, this is a quick summary of the Open Meetings Compliance opinions on this issue of virtual or hybrid meetings. But some of what we do does not fall under the Open Meetings Act. And I want to touch on that as it relates to the field of hybrid meetings. Now, occasionally, your board will sit in a quasi-judicial function. For instance, our Planning Commission in Calvert County hears Architectural Review Committee appeals. Thus, it's sitting quasi-judicially. When sitting quasi-judicially, the Open Meetings Act does not apply. Instead, the main procedural focus shifts from the Open Meetings Act to due process. Okay, so let me stop here and be clear. Yes, due process is a term of art. And yes, there are innumerable cases going into the finest details and minutia when it comes to due process. But I'm going to give you the secret sauce or the cheat code if you prefer. Due process is really just fairness. As long as you ensure fairness to all parties, 99% of the time, you will meet due process requirements. Now, there really is no need to apply any hyper-complicated formula. Just plain good old-fashioned common sense to guarantee fair play amongst the parties, and you'll be fine. So unfortunately, when it comes to remote participation, this is where hearings get a bit tricky. And let me just say this, and this is my opinion. Virtual meetings do not work when you're sitting quasi-judicially. Once again, my opinion. Hybrid meetings may work, but there has to be a few tweaks, or at least there should be a few tweaks to the system. So here are some of the things you should be conscious of, some of the quasi-judicial considerations, and that's how you're going to handle the witness, expert witnesses, the testimony, the various exhibits, cross-examination, redirect, rebuttal, impeachment, argument. These are all things that you're really going to have to think through if you decide to start hearing, or if you're already hearing, hybrid quasi or conducting hearings in a hybrid manner. Now, I'm not going to go through all the permutations of these because we'd be here for hours. And instead, I'm going to go through the one item that gives me the most pause on this list, and that's cross-examination. But if we look at cross-examination and if we apply the same analysis, we'll see that these problems could arise across the entire spectrum of all the other quasi-judicial considerations. So there's no doubt cross-examination is a crucial part of any judicial or quasi-judicial hearing. And cross-examination and impeaching a witness with other evidence and exhibits is challenging enough. Conducting it virtually is extremely difficult, to say the least. Now, in the past year and a half, have I done it? Yes. But it is horrible. It's a terrible experience, and I'm not sure how effective it really is. Now, there are numerous practical considerations when you're cross-examining a remote witness. The witness isn't there in front of you. The degree of difficulty goes way up. The real concern, however, is the ability for that remote witness that's testifying to actually have, unbeknownst to you, to have access to his notes, or to be coached online in some kind of chat function or through text messaging, or even having an unauthorized person present in the room as they're giving testimony. These are real problems. And by the way, I believe these are things that I've actually experienced as I've cross-examined remote witnesses. So going forward, this is going to remain a real hurdle to an effective quasi-judicial hybrid hearing. And by the way, it's not just me. A recent poll conducted by the consulting firm KPG and in concert with the international law firm Baker McKenzie had some rather surprising results when they queried lawyers and litigants in England who have, in about a year and a half of lockdown, had all their hearings virtually. And it was surprising that 55.6% of those queried stated that the impact of any witness cross-examination was significantly diminished when that cross-examination was conducted remotely. to the point where the effectiveness of cross-examination itself was entirely called into question. Now, there really is no easy answer to all of these quasi-judicial considerations, but the one thing I would recommend is flexibility and a lot of forethought. In fact, flexibility and forethought are certainly going to be required. There are numerous varied approaches, and I've seen many different approaches depending on the forum. But with all this, the first step is please review your board's bylaws and rules of procedure. That absolutely has to be your first step. Now, I started all this by saying that the world has certainly been changed by the pandemic. How much and which of these changes will stay with us, who knows? However, I am absolutely amazed how some of these changes came off almost without a hitch. I go back to the Open Meetings Compliance Board 2020 and 2021. There really are not a lot or have not been a lot of violations or even guidance related to virtual or hybrid meetings. On the judicial and quasi-judicial side, as of yet, I haven't seen much in the way of due process issues. So from a legal analysis standpoint, the transition really has been mostly seamless. And to all of you and to the staff who've made these changes seamless, I really just want to say sincerely, well done and great job. And at this point, I think we're going to turn over the last remainder of our time to a question and answer.
Yeah, John, that's correct. This is Steve Jones, and I want to apologize. Apparently, my camera says I'm John Mattingly, so I am Steve.
I wonder why you got so good looking.
Yeah. So the one thing, John, that I wanted to add was that this really hit home. During one of our meetings. There was a citizen in Calvert County that was in a hospital bed, and it looked like they were in a hospital. And the thing about it is, it really touched me in that, you know, as much bad that's come out of COVID and all the devastation and lost lives and everything and economic woes that we've suffered. The one good thing that I will say, sometimes I'm a glass half full kind of person.
Yeah.
Is that person had the ability to participate in a process that, had we not went to a hybrid meeting, had we not been doing that, that person would have never been heard. And that, I think Greg and I and John all agree that that's been a lesson learned, and that when we are through COVID, we want to continue with our hybrid meetings because I think we all will agree that we have seen a huge increase in participation by the public, especially those people that, you know, have to work late and have kids to run around and are grinding through life. And so it gives them an opportunity to be heard as well. Do we have any questions, Joe?
We do have a number of questions. Some of them go back to Greg's topic, and some of them are more related to John's topic. So I'll kind of go back and forth. So this one's more related to John's topic. Following up on your discussion of cross-examination, when a quasi-judicial situation arises, what are effective ways to handle the cross-examination of a witness? Does the opposing party ask questions of the witness? Does the opposing party speak for him or herself without asking the witness any questions?
So let me tell you what I believe to be the most effective method that has to actually be laid out ahead of time. I believe that all exhibits, all evidence, physical evidence, should be required to be submitted and scanned in ahead of time. Now, there's always going to be rebuttal and impeachment evidence that you can't really do beforehand. So, but at least you can get some of that burden handled ahead of time. And what you want to do is you want to examine the witness. And look, the reality is, if the witness is remote, you don't know what they're looking at, you don't know who they're looking at, and you don't know who they're communicating with. So you have to do the best you can. And I personally would subscribe to the thought process that all parties should have to be physically present. And would that cover all the witnesses? No, but at least the major players. And really, it becomes then incumbent on the Planning Commission or the Board of Appeals to also be very flexible and very liberal with respect to continuances. If there is some new evidence, or if the case goes sideways, or something happens and you can't, based on the new information, effectively cross-examine that witness, and you can't advocate for your client effectively, you have to look at the board and say, I need a continuance, and the board should recognize, well, this is a remote, and it really isn't fair that this side is getting ambushed and they have no ability to impeach this witness or to shake this witness up on cross-examination. And really, once again, you can front load it as much as you want with requiring the exhibits ahead of time, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's going to fall to the board to be very, very liberal on allowing certain, let me say this, continuances, or to make certain allowances for the other sides.
Thank you. We'll go with one more directed towards Greg, or anybody can answer, but I think it was asked when Greg was towards the end of Greg's presentation. How have you engaged homeowners associations? Greg, you're muted. You're muted, Greg. You're still mute.
Okay, there we go. Right, we had meetings with homeowners associations, churches, the business community. We tried to include as many people in the county as we could, and I think we were very successful at that. We had a number of comments from homeowners associations as well, so that tells me that we were very successful.
Thank you. This is kind of a question that could be for anybody. Do you track the demographic makeup of your meetings, either virtual or in person? And if so, how does that inform future meetings?
I'm not sure that we do. I don't know if Steve or John have any information on that.
I don't believe that we do. I don't believe, I think we have tracked aspects of it, as far as things like this have been more tracked. How long somebody's lived in Calvert County, like if they've been here 0 to 10 years or 10 to 20 years, or so that I know it's been tracked like that, but any other extrapolating it any further than that, I'm not sure about. Hey, Joe, before we get off of here, so I will, hopefully you guys let us have this conference here in Calvert County next year. And so I will promise everyone listening a drink called a Mai Tai and a crab cake from Calvert County. So hopefully you let us have it, and I'll keep my word on that, okay?
I'll even help you out, Steve.
You guys realize there's 84 people watching. That's a lot of crab cakes and Mai Tais.
Hey, that's 84 crab cakes and 84 Mai
I didn't say I was buying it. I said.
Ah.
All right. So, all right. Another question. This is, I guess, let's go to anybody. Agricultural conservation appears to be a very high priority in Calvert County. How are you balancing the challenges of an attractive place to live, develop, while protecting Calvert's agricultural heritage?
And the answer is obviously yes. We are, and we pride ourselves on being a rural agricultural county. So I think we go the extra step to protect those resources. There are a number of incentives that are offered, and that's probably a question better answered by one of the planners or someone from the Board of County Commissioners. But Steve, I think you participate in that somewhat where you are, I believe.
Yeah, so, one of the things that are there are transferable development rights. So we have that program in Calvert County where land preservation is in play. In other words, a person who owns farmland can sell transferable development rights. They can't ever build on that property, but it allows someone else somewhere else to build. So that land preservation, there are programs in effect. In fact, it's a topic of conversation now. The commissioners are considering raising those TDRs a little bit more. It would be a little more expensive to build as a result of that. So, there's pros and cons to that. With that said, it's to build a house in our county is expensive, in that there's a lot of fees that you have to pay before you buy a piece of ground or before you buy the first stick of wood. So hopefully that answered your question, Joe.
Thank you for the team effort on that one. You all might not be the best ones to answer this question, but we're still going to ask it. Did you have to invest in any equipment or technology to handle the new hybrid meeting system? You know, how did you go about that? And how did you deal with any connectivity issues?
Okay, that's another one of those questions that's yes, Joe. We had to invest a lot, and we are still investing in order to make our meetings more accessible by the public, both virtually, hybrid. John, did you want to say something, add something?
You're asking the least technology savvy guy in the entire world to answer a question about technology. I mean, all I know is it's all witchcraft and magic to me. I don't know how they do it. I do know that our technology services department does a wonderful job, and I know it really is amazing to me how they do it. During this lockdown, I was able to participate in these meetings from home, and it was amazing. They gave me a laptop, and off I went. I do know they make it seem simple, but I do know that they're under a lot of stress putting these meetings together. And if you go after work and at 7 o'clock at night when these meetings start, and you see, you know, half a dozen people from our technology services department, you know, staying after work to get this thing up, they make it seem easy, but it's not.
So Joe, I can't even get my name right underneath my photo. So it tells you my technology ability. But I can tell you where we were doing our in-person meetings at, they had to remove just about every piece of equipment from that facility to make do for the hybrid meetings and to make do with everything we had going on with going virtual with these meetings. I would venture to bet that every county has seen a huge increase in what technology service has been required or requested to do. And in fact, it wouldn't, John said it, I don't know how they're staying afloat, to be honest with you. And just about every meeting, our board thanks technology services because we realize the stress and the hurdles that they've had to overcome. So, yeah.
Hey, Joe, repeat that question again. I want to see it, make sure I didn't miss something.
It's essentially, you know, did you have to invest in any equipment or technology to run these meetings? And also, did you deal with any connectivity issues? You know, how did you, I guess that's a part that wasn't quite addressed.
No, I think John and John both covered that very well. What I was hoping to get at was that recently a decision was made that the planning commissioners will be receiving iPad Pros to do a lot of their work, because what way we do it now currently is we get a lot of paper and a lot of changes during the week prior to the meeting, and which requires a lot of work by staff to get us the most up-to-date information. So I know that some of the other planning commissions throughout the county, throughout the state, use iPads, but this is going to be a first for Calvert County, and I think we're going to start rolling them out next week, I believe.
Look how proud the Mac guy is. They went to iPad. They're following your lead, Greg.
We have a few more questions. Question is, what if your board does not have current bylaws? What's your recommendation?
You need to call your attorney and say, draft us up something. Let us start looking at some examples. You need to do that. I don't even know how you're functioning without them, quite frankly. I mean, it's just, how are any of your elections even legal if you don't have bylaws in place to lay out how the elections are going to occur? What are the officer positions? If you don't have bylaws that lay out what each officer does and what those officer positions do, I'm not even sure how. Wow. I hope this was a question in the hypothetical and not real.
Yeah.
I can't answer that, but what I would say is that the Mpca, it was mentioned during the annual meeting today, we did put up a web page dedicated to just some description of the need for bylaws, and we included some examples. And we always encourage, I can drop that website in there. It's a pretty simple, but there's some examples in there, but we'd also like to add more if anybody would like to share their bylaws with us. But I can drop that in the chat.
And look, for any of the topics that I discussed, I really do not have a problem if anybody wants to shoot me an email and pick my brain. I mean, I've done that enough in my career where I've picked on other people to help me out along the way. So please, by all means, if there's anything I can help you with, just shoot me an email. I'll give you what I have. I can't promise I'll answer your question, but I'll give you what I have.
Thank you, John. All right, let's see, next question. Your legal advisory presentation on hybrid meetings was very interesting. I assume local planning commissions need to update the rules and procedures to incorporate the virtual meeting requirements. Do you know of examples that you can share? So kind of in the same vein.
Okay, we are actually just now in the process, and I got to give a shout out to Paul Conover because he actually took the bull by the horns in this to allow our process to go hybrid. The only place we've actually lagged, and that's because of there's a lot of moving parts here, but when it comes to making your actual hearing procedure compliant with a hybrid system. By the way, and let me just say this, various boards of appeals and various planning commissions were not, and their rules of procedure really didn't encompass hybrid meetings or virtual meetings. But the reality is, by conducting, as long as they weren't violating their own bylaws, they were able to get away with it. We now are in the process of looking at how we're going to handle witnesses. That's our biggest problem right now for hybrid meetings or hybrid hearings. The truth is, on our planning commission, we very rarely sit quasi-judicially. We've had, in the last 4 years, we've had one quasi-judicial hearing. Our quasi-judicial jurisdiction is very small on the planning commission in Calvert. We do have more coming up, I believe, in the pipeline for various reasons. But hopefully by the time those come through, our rules of procedure will be more flexible for hybrid.
Okay, I think
Can I answer your question? Oh, and thank you for saying the speech was interesting. I appreciate that. Mom, well, you can get off the conference now.
It's a kind of a follow-up to that one. It was mentioned during the hybrid presentation that quasi-judicial cross-examination was extremely difficult. Do you think it would be appropriate to require virtual testimony to include a webcam to view the speaker?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, but the problem is you almost want it like panoramic view, so you can see, oh, is that the lawyer over in the county, the lawyer over in the corner giving them tips, or is that his wife over there telling him, no, say this, don't say this, or holding up signs? It's, yes, I would love if you could just get the full view. But then they're going to say, hey, well, we don't have access to that technology. All we have is the camera that's built into our laptop. So that's difficult. The way the courts handled it way before pandemic was we had this thing called de bene essay depositions. And what it was is for certain very expensive experts, we would go to say a doctor's office after hours, and both sides would sit there and depose this doctor, and there would be a video recording of them done ahead of time, so that all the objections and all, the motions to strike, et cetera, could be handled by the court prior to trial, so you could redact out those impermissible parts. And if something new came up, you'd have time before the trial to actually handle it. That's actually my recommendation, is if there's going to be a witness who is so essential to your case and they can't make it, then the whole examination of their testimony should be done ahead of time.
Thank you. And then one last question. Are your meetings recorded and available as a record of the decision summary / minutes? How do you feel about that?
We actually do both. We have the whole meeting archived, but then our wonderful staff puts together a summary, and they do a fabulous job doing it. It really makes it easier to go back into the tape and find where things are.
Well, thank you. I would like to offer you all one last chance to any parting words from Calvert or from your own perspective.
Just from me, just from Steve Jones. Thank you, Joe and Danny and everyone on your staff. You guys are amazing, and it's been a pleasure working with you prior to this conference, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
And we look forward to having this conference in Calvert County soon.
I'm just looking forward to Steve Jones buying me a crab cake.
That's right, buddy. I got you.
Hey, this is Danny. I just want to say that.
I'll take you up on that. So.
Okay.
Hey, this is Danny. I just want to say that Steve cleans up good.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen, very, very much. For the audience, we'll be back at 3 o'clock with a discussion of the benefits of annual reporting from the perspective of Frederick County. And it's our last session of the day. But again, John, Steve, Greg, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the 38th Annual Npca Conference. We're just about to start our final session of the day, the benefits of annual reporting. For this session, we'll be joined by Carol Sepe, Planning Commissioner for Frederick County, Dennis Suprasinski, Principal Planner for Frederick County, and David Dahlstrom, our own Upper Eastern Shore Regional Planner for the Maryland Department of Planning. And I'll start it by turning over to Carol. Carol, you want to change? We can hear you. You just want to, I would click from beginning or the slideshow.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't see the, hold on a second. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that. Good afternoon. Thank you, Joe, for the introduction. My name is Carol Jar-Sepe, and I've been a member of the Frederick County Planning Commission for about 6 years and was previously a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals. A couple of years ago, as we were reviewing the annual reports for Frederick County, a few of us at the Frederick County Planning Commission were concerned that the annual reports did not appear to follow the land use article requirements. So we've been analyzing those requirements and how they align or don't with the land use reporting requirements and how we can improve the reporting for our benefit. This first PowerPoint presentation is generally about the legal requirements of the annual report. As required by the Maryland General Assembly under Land Use Article 1207, General Provisions, all planning commissions and planning boards with planning and zoning authority are required to prepare, adopt, and file an annual report for the previous calendar year with the legislative body on or before July 1st of each year, or as we all know, as soon as possible. Every jurisdiction collects data, and through the planning process, the planning departments can analyze the data to help frame the goals of the community and outline the means to achieve those goals. Through that process, planning can measure progress and provide a means for more orderly development and effective decision-making. So the Maryland State Planning assembles this information to measure Maryland's progress towards meeting its smart growth goals. In 2019, 17 of the 23 counties and only 39 of 108 municipalities with planning and zoning authority submitted an annual report. The land use article mandates that the annual report include a map of changes in development patterns in land use, transportation, community facility, zoning map amendments, and subdivision plats. The reports should note population growth, residential permits, development activity, residential pipeline, commercial activity, land preservation, and school capacity. One method of ensuring that plans are followed is to review long-term planning, especially for consistency with the comprehensive master plan in terms of the objectives and goals rather than just the land use plan. So the master plan is a policy guide document and should serve as the basis for decisions and regulations. Therefore, the annual report should state whether the changes are consistent with each other, the recommendations of the last annual report, the approved plans of the local jurisdiction, the approved plans of the local adjoining jurisdictions, and the approved plans of state and local jurisdictions that have responsibility for financing or constructing public improvements that are necessary. The annual report should contain statements and recommendations for improving the planning and development process within the local jurisdiction. These could be new guidelines, new policies, or new initiatives. The report should state which local laws or regulations have been adopted or changed to implement the visions included in the comprehensive plan. The changes could include zoning text amendments, community and corridor plans, water and sewer plan amendments. The statewide land use goal is to increase the current percentage of growth inside the priority funding areas and to decrease the percentage of growth located outside the priority funding areas. So local jurisdictions should therefore generally develop a percentage goal towards achieving the statewide goal. However, there are exceptions into the details in the annual report. If all land within the boundaries of a municipal corporation is in the priority funding areas, then the municipal corporation does not need to include information in the annual report on a local goal. In addition, a county or municipal corporation that issues fewer than 50 residential building permits each year does not need to include measures and indicators in the annual report, but does need to provide documentation to the Department of Planning that fewer than 50 residential building permits have actually been issued. Other than those exceptions, the annual report should contain the measures and indicators required to achieve the future land goals to implement and achieve the visions, especially in the comprehensive plan. The lack of good planning and development in some areas is typically the result of a failure to either plan or a failure to implement plans. Achieving the statewide goals requires setting up the local goal and the time frame for achieving the local goal. Having the resources necessary for infrastructure inside the priority funding areas and the land preservation outside funding areas. At least once within every 5-year period after the adoption or review by the local jurisdiction of a comprehensive plan, the annual report should contain a narrative on the implementation status of the comprehensive plan, including a summary of the development trends. The 5-year report should include the status of comprehensive plan implementation tools, such as comprehensive rezoning. It should identify any significant changes to existing programs, zoning ordinances, regulations, financing programs, or any other state requirements necessary to achieve the vision and the goals during the remaining planning time frame. The 5-year report should also identify any state or federal laws, regulations, or requirements that have impeded local implementation of the comprehensive plan and recommendations to remove any of these impediments, future land use challenges and issues, and a summary of any potential updates to the comprehensive plan. Sorry. In addition to reporting on past land use indicators and measures, the land use article notes local jurisdictions should strive to achieve future land use goals that implement and achieve the visions in their comprehensive plan. A statewide land use goal that embodies the visions and smart and sustainable growth should be established. The visions of the comprehensive plan will not be realized unless local jurisdictions set their own goals to make incremental progress towards achieving the statewide land use goal. Resources are necessary to achieve the statewide goal, including funding for infrastructure inside the priority funding areas and land preservation outside the funding areas. And except as noted earlier for jurisdictions with less than 50 permits during the reporting period, the annual report should also include the following measures and indicators. The amount, share, and net density of growth inside and outside the priority area, the creation of new lots and the issuance of residential and commercial building permits inside and outside the priority funding areas, the development capacity analysis updated every 3 years and whenever there is a significant change in zoning or land use patterns, the number of acres using local agricultural land preservation funding if that's applicable, And as required by the Maryland General Assembly under Land Use Article 7104, if an adequate public facility law has resulted in a restriction within a priority funding area on or before July 1st every 2 years, a local jurisdiction should also report on the restriction to the Department of Planning. So now that we have determined what we as planning commissioners are mandated to do, with, of course, the help of the planning staff, thank you, Dennis Superzinski, my co-panelist, we know these reports would just sit on the shelf unless the legislative body reviews the annual report and directs appropriate and necessary studies or actions to ensure the continuation of a viable planning and development process. The annual report shall be made available for public inspection, and a copy of the report should be sent to the Secretary of Planning. And in closing my section of this presentation, remember that the success of any particular plan formulated through this planning process is dependent not only on the plan's nature and content, but most importantly, on whether or not it is followed. Thank you again, and I'm going to give you back the presentation to Dennis.
Hello, can everybody hear me this afternoon?
We can.
Okay, very good. That's the first step, is always making sure that people can actually hear what you're saying. Thanks, Carol. That's a great way to kind of introduce the idea of the annual report as required by the state of Maryland becoming something more useful to jurisdictions as you make your way through the planning world. Planning commissioners, I think in Maryland are, in my estimation, I've worked in several states and other jurisdictions over the past 30 or 32 years. And Maryland planning commissioners tend to be very involved. I think in part that's due to our State Enabling Act, which puts you front and center in a lot of these conversations. But also I think it speaks to kind of our Maryland spirit. And I always enjoy being able to work with planning commissions here in the state.
Dennis, oh, there you go.
And I'm going to go ahead and just somebody yell if you don't see something showing up on the screen.
It was a slow fade in, but we got it.
Perfect. That's dramatic. That's one of my dramatic fades.
It was very.
It was. So listen. You know, the title of my part of this presentation is "Homework to Helpful: Making Better Use of Maryland's Annual Reporting Requirements," and I mean that. Like a lot of folks, I think there are occasions where you look at things that you have to do legally, or at work, or because of something that your spouse or partner is telling you. You look at some of these homework items, and I tend to look at things that I'm required to do, and I try to find interesting or creative ways to make them more useful to me in the things that I'm trying to accomplish in my life. And I think this annual reporting requirement is a prime example of how we can take something that is, legally required and do something different with it and advance our own local purposes, as well as helping out the state and, at the end of the day, helping us all kind of collectively. What I'm going to talk about this afternoon briefly is this idea of the evolving notion of what annual reporting looks like in Frederick County, and it's very much a work in progress. And we'll get to that in a few moments, and I'll kind of tell you why it's a work in progress. But we don't have all the answers. I'm not an expert, but I am here to kind of share where we are with this whole process, and hopefully you can take away a little bit of something today that allows you to think about annual reporting in a slightly different way. So I'm going to talk about an old approach and a new approach. And our old approach is really the way we did our annual reports up through calendar year 2018. As you all may be aware, our annual reporting is done based on a calendar year. So if you work in local government, you're very accustomed to fiscal year, or state fiscal year, June to July. But the annual reporting is a calendar year report. And what we would do is, up through 2018, is we would prepare a report that was pretty much hitting all the points required in the land use article. I think we probably missed a few. But in terms of quantifiable data, I think we did most of that work. And that's pretty much where it stopped. We very much looked at quantifiable data. So we were looking at things that were generally available from our own divisions, our own agencies, how many building permits, how many were within priority growth areas, priority funding areas, how many were outside, how many subdivision lots were generated during the calendar year. And just a lot of the rote data that you have access to as a local government in the state of Maryland. And it didn't really talk about any kind of analytical approach to the information. We really just presented it annually to our planning commission members, and often we would have a fruitful discussion about planning issues, but it was often relatively brief. It was generally done in the late spring. So, these annual reports have to be at the state and on July 1st. So it didn't leave us a lot of time to do anything meaty with the data in terms of conversing with our planning commission. And I always found that to be problematic because, again, I don't mind doing homework if the homework has a point. And I very much appreciated the fact that the state utilizes this data in some very important ways, but I really wanted to try to find a point for us locally in Frederick County. I wanted to try to find a way in which we could make better use of this annual reporting data and maybe even do some additional things along with that annual report. So, I think for like a lot of you who do these, we had our classic, things that were included in the report in terms of quantifiable data, project and process data highlights, development activity data. Occasionally we would look at trends through, through a table or through a chart. Population data, residential permits and subdivisions, all this stuff that's like really exciting if you're a data geek. I'm not, so I don't really get excited about this kind of stuff, but I want to see information and what we can do with it. What is it telling us? What does it mean? For instance, in Frederick County, we maintain a residential pipeline summary. It kind of gives us a heads up on potential development coming down the pike. What do we have in terms of, land that's been rezoned or approved for major subdivisions? What do we have sitting out there that could potentially, require us to really think about the way we distribute infrastructure and public services? And of course, commercial and employment development, everybody likes to keep track of this, particularly where it involves jobs and the local economy, and we were no different. We included land preservation scoreboards or scorecards. We kept track of zoning text and map amendments, historic preservation scoreboards. We're really big on scoreboards in Frederick County. Keeping track of like what you've accomplished, and that's an important aspect of any kind of annual reporting. Like what have you accomplished? What have you done right over the past calendar year? So those are important. Looked at summarizing any environmental planning projects, transportation planning projects, school projects, water and sewer plan amendments. Lots of numbers, lots of charts, lots of lists. But it really, for me, lacked real world connections to the actual work that we were doing as planning staff. or that the Planning Commission was doing in their role as appointed members of our local commission. Not the least of which is to say that our outside agencies and elected officials very often didn't have a lot to work with either, because we were really just throwing a big plate of data at them and hoping that they would kind of see the trends themselves. We started at the staff level to really see this as a missed opportunity to kind of spark those kinds of discussions and talks that our Planning Commission members always wanted to have. You know, I can't speak for everybody. I've worked, you know, with several planning commissions in the state of Maryland, you know, county jurisdictions, as well as a lot of towns on the Eastern Shore and certainly here in Frederick County. And I've never talked with a planning commission that was not interested in kind of the big picture ideas. I've never talked to a planning commission that didn't care about long range planning or making sure that they were going to leave their jurisdiction a better place when their term was complete. And I felt that, and staff felt, and I think planning commission members felt the same. We were not able to have those conversations about some of the meaty issues of the day. And our annual report was perhaps a good opportunity to have that kind of local assessment. So we started thinking about this, and you know, thought the annual report should be a vehicle for, you know, data sharing, right? We should be able to use this annual report as a time in place for us to show anybody who's interested what the data is showing us. You know, looking at it as an opportunity to self-assess our work that we're doing at the county level. Are the plans that we actually have in place, are they working? Do they actually work? You know, we put so much effort into the planning work that we do. Do they actually do what we think they're doing or what we want them to do? So an annual report is maybe a part of that self-assessment. Capacity measurement. You know, obviously, if you're a taxpayer, if you're somebody who uses schools and roads and public services, if you're an elected official and you're the one being hammered because you have a capacity issue, you know, you're keenly aware of capacity measurement. And so the annual report can also look at things like that, you know, infrastructure, land availability, economic opportunities on the horizon. It can also be a moment to educate, to guide, to advise officials and citizens. You know, take that opportunity as a planning commission or planning department and use the idea of the annual report as a moment in time to kind of put out there, like, these are some issues that are affecting us. What does everybody think? Another great way to use an annual report should be to see it as an early diagnosis of problems and challenges, because buried in that big platter of data that you're handing everybody with an annual report are sometimes hidden you know, those questions, those little issues that are starting to make themselves known in your community. And so this can be used as a diagnostic tool as well, as a potential mechanism for identifying some opportunities that your jurisdiction might otherwise be missing. And of course, you know, the ultimate goal is, you know, anything you're doing as a planning commission hopefully is helping to chart a course for continued planning efforts and continued excellence in that area of your work. So what caused us to really consider like how we did this and to rethink things was a comprehensive planning effort. So in 2015 or 2016, Frederick County embarked on this update to our comprehensive plan, which had last been updated in 2010. And you know, we called this effort the Livable Frederick Master Plan. That was kind of our branding for this. And the Livable Frederick Master Plan was essentially an update to our comprehensive plan, but it was also a complete rethinking of what a comprehensive or master plan could be and perhaps what it should be doing. So the adoption of our Livable Frederick Master Plan in late 2019, as a matter of fact, I think it's about 2 years this month, 2 years ago this month that we adopted our plan formally with our county council. gave us an opportunity to hit the reset button on a lot of the work that we were doing or that we wanted to do. You see this weird thing on the screen, this colorful wheel. That is really our Livable Frederick Master Plan's action framework in a nutshell. It kind of starts with a key vision in the center and it works its way out into 4 broad categories, organized around our economy, our health, our environment, and our communities. And from there out, as you get out to the outer edges of the wheels, you can start to look at the strategies and the goals and the work items and the initiatives and all the things that we talk about in comprehensive or master plans, the things that we want to or need to accomplish. And so that's you can just kind of see from that wheel, it's a big chunk of work. And it represented a major rethinking of how we did planning in the county, not just by kind of rethinking the specifics of what we needed to do, but how we did it. And one of the surprises to us as staff, planning staff, and a pleasant surprise at that, was that our planning commission played an integral role in the development of the plan. They were clearly not bystanders this time around. We've had planning commissioners, spectacular planning commission members throughout our recent history in Frederick County. And the group we had in place during this Livable Frederick master planning process really stepped up to the plate and delivered for us. They took a hands-on approach to the work that was accomplished previously by staff and really helped us sculpt a much better planning document. And as much as it apparently was enjoyable to the planning commission members themselves, it was also a massive relief for planning staff, because here we had an active planning commission that was, that felt themselves to be stewards of our planning initiatives in the county. And we felt as staff that was going to be very critical moving forward. Here's a little animated sequence. Just kind of shows you the difference between how we used to do things and how we're doing things now. And like a lot of folks, we had a master policy document, our comprehensive plan, volume 1. That was adopted back in the late 1990s. And from that planning document, we would kind of go clockwise around our county and do these smaller regional plans, kind of in order, literally kind of moving clockwise around the county. We have a physically huge county. We're the largest physical county in the state of Maryland. Not the largest by population, but by physical size, we're quite large. So making our way around the county to do these region plans was no small effort. And we did that semi-successfully for 10 or 15 years. In 2010, we adopted a brand new comprehensive plan, kind of one big master volume, a tome, sucking up 5 or 6 inches of shelf space on all of our shelves at the office. And we had this master policy document, and as well as a big map update, comprehensive planning map update with a new land use plan and new zoning in place. We did some minor updates in 2012 to the map only. So then we get to our Livable Frederick branding of our comprehensive planning. And our Livable Frederick master plan was a little bit different than our previous documents. It was a strategic look at the county. One of the things that had been missing in Frederick County's planning for years had been this kind of universal approach to looking at the big picture and really thinking about what it was that we wanted to accomplish in future decades. Where was it that we wanted to land? Where did we want to be? How do we see ourselves 10, 20, or 30 years forward? So we developed a planning framework that really focused people on strategy, took them away from thinking about, what's the zoning going to be on my land, and got them to think just for a few moments about what the big picture was in the county. It was very much a strategic document, but with a catch. It was a strategic document, but with a framework for tactical implementation. So whereas before we had, these big tomes of comprehensive plans, and then we had this kind of middle ground region plan approach that really never drilled down to the detail level that we felt we wanted to drill down to. And instead, with our livable Frederick plan, on the strategic side, we went to 30,000 feet. And on the tactical side, we said, you know what, those region plans don't make sense. They cover too much physical ground. Why don't we look at area plans, corridor plans, topical plans, large scale infrastructure plans, and instead make ourselves, getting away from the parcel level or the neighborhood stuff at the strategic level, but making sure that when it came time to do our real, boots on the ground planning, that we were doing it at a local level that was concerned about placemaking and kind of function and all the things that people want to talk about, in terms of their zoning and what they can do with their properties. And we had a lot of reasons for doing this, but one of the big ones was we really wanted to break this whole pendulum swing of local land use politics, pro-growth versus no growth. Frederick County has been part of that swing. We've been hanging on to that pendulum for decades. And as planners, as you all know, it's very difficult to formulate long-term goals when that pendulum is swinging back and forth and hitting people in the head doing so. But this planning effort that we came up with Livable Frederick really requires an ongoing effort to implement the plan's vision through these small area plans. And that's a critical thing. And like a lot of planning efforts, we have, we talk about the big issues for us, placemaking as an economic development strategy, multimodal transportation choices. Like a lot of folks, we're dealing with housing and livability issues. We're a very fast growing county. So we needed to be able to walk and chew gum and compete in the Olympics all at the same time. And that's a big ask of a county that is in transition like Frederick County. And here you go, you get a sense of, from this slide, what we were dealing with. So our comprehensive plan map on the left is very much a conventional map. You can kind of see parcel lines there. If you squint a little bit, you can see that a lot of those land use designations are based on property ownership and very conventional, semi-realistic view of the county in two-dimensional form. On the right-hand side of your screen, you see the thematic plan diagram that we developed for our Livable Frederick plan. A little more fuzzy, right? You can't zoom in and find your house on this map necessarily. You can see the big themes, you can see the big ideas, and despite its diagrammatic form, despite its visual simplicity, it's actually quite a deep document when you consider everything that it's telling you. But just to give you a flavor of where we were. So why in the heck am I talking about our comprehensive plan or our master plan, and what does this have to do with annual reporting? Well, first of all, from our perspective, our Livable Frederick Master Plan, our LFMP, would be completely ineffective without a coordinated and continuous implementation effort by the county. And this isn't any different anywhere else, honestly, but really comes to the fore when you look at the way we structured our long-range planning. And our Livable Frederick Master Plan's implementation component is built upon a targeted, flexible, and nimble approach to these small area and topical plans. Part of our whole sales pitch to our county council, to our community members, to our builders associations, and our businesses was that we wanted to have a planning process that was a little more nimble on its feet, that we could jump from issue to issue as needed to address those pressing issues. Well, part of being nimble is understanding what the heck's going on. And the annual reporting exercise provides an ideal opportunity for our planning commission to participate at the front end of this policymaking by getting ahead of our issues, getting ahead of our challenges, and being alert and aware to what's going on, not just looking in the rearview mirror. So our new approach for this annual report has grown into something that we're calling the annual Livable Frederick Progress Report and Implementation Program. It's not a very sexy name, but the whole concept here is let's take the annual report and add to it. What can we add to this reporting effort? What value can we put into it that helps us to accomplish our own local goals, as well as assisting the state in doing the work that it needs to do to help all Marylanders? So we have three key components in this new approach. One is our what we call the Livable Frederick Progress Report. You can kind of guess what that's going to be about. Our second component is capacity analysis and growth allocation. So this is, the classic build out scenarios, an approach to looking at our capacity in things like physical infrastructure, like school seats and water and sewer and roadways, but also some of our social infrastructure and our programming and our public services as well as looking at what the private sector and our institutional sectors were doing. One thing I might put in a pitch for how we handled our Livable Frederick master plan was that we really were relying on our private sector partners in this, whether they were coming from the private sector commercial side or the institutional side. We feel the whole idea of the three-legged stool is pretty much a bad metaphor, but you'll get the idea. It doesn't work if you don't have everybody participating, everybody buying into the vision, and everybody working to make those things happen. So the third component of our new approach to this annual reporting is our work program and our focus areas. So looking at taking the annual report, looking at the progress we've made, looking at capacity analysis and growth allocation, and then figuring out what we need to do for our planning work, which makes totally logical sense to me. If you're going to get a lot of information that's related to planning, hey, why not use it to figure out what you need to be doing, whether it's further implementation of an existing planning document, or maybe going out there and doing more planning work that needs to happen. So that's kind of our new approach. And under that first component, the progress report, you'll see we have a series of progress indicators in our master plan. It's a way for us to kind of measure whether we're actually making any progress on the things that we said we wanted to do. Are we actually achieving our vision? Are we actually making the county any more livable, right? Which is, it's embedded there in the title. We'd feature, relevant information, demographics, market conditions, trends. And then, the third bullet here, annual planning report data. So in that progress report, while we're looking at our ability and our, the things that we've accomplished or maybe not accomplished in trying to implement our master plan, we can also feed off of this annual planning report data. And so we've included that. And we have some new elements that are being introduced to our annual reporting as well, which includes this review and update of private sector and institutional efforts, as well as an assessment of our planning tool chest, which I know is something that our planning commissioners have talked about in previous years. As planning commissioners, you all have a really good hands-on feel for how the tools work or don't work. And so at the staff level, I think we recognize that we can get very valuable feedback from our planning commissioners as to whether, from their point of view, what they see is working or not working in terms of our planning tool chest. The second component of this new approach to annual reporting is a capacity analysis and growth allocation. And this is, a little drier for some folks, but it's, population and demographics information, which, gets really exciting every 10 years, when the census comes out. We look at growth rates. Again, we're a fast growing county, so this is something that's always, in our faces. We always are confronted with it. We look at our commercial and our residential pipelines. Do we have enough capacity to grow on the residential side? Do we have places we can grow economically? Are we taking advantage of those opportunities? And then, of course, systems capacity, all the stuff that you're very familiar with in terms of schools, roads, high-speed data. That's a big one for us. In a somewhat rural county, we still have large swaths of our county that don't necessarily have the best high-speed data access. And I think for a lot of us, that's all come we've really come to see the impact of that over the last 18 months, particularly in that first year of the pandemic, with so many kids at home kind of doing remote learning, and a lot of us working at home remotely, like I am right now, actually. And then coming up next year, we have a growth allocation plan, which we'll also start to introduce in terms of this capacity analysis component. Our final component to our annual report, or our new approach annual reporting, is a work program and focus areas. And again, this is for planning staff and the planning commission and our elected officials to kind of think about, like, what should our staff planners be doing? What should the planning commission be looking at? Perhaps what can our elected officials be thinking about in terms of legislative changes or policy changes or spending changes? So we've worked out kind of a system where we think in 2022, what we'll be doing is bringing this draft work program through the Planning Commission after developing it in concert with our county executive, getting the review and recommendation of our Planning Commission, sending it to the county council for a review and recommendation, and then kind of a final approval by our county executive prior to our budgeting season. And although this is part of our larger annual reporting effort, this work program is a piece that can be pulled out and dealt with separately on a separate track as may be necessary, politically and in terms of our budget season. So what does this all look like in the real world? It's important to gather this critical data that you're being asked to collect by the state, right? All this stuff is important. It's really important that we understand what's happening in our local jurisdictions, as well as regionally, as well as statewide. But think about the context. Put some context behind this. Identify some of the trends. If you can compare, like, even this very simple kind of kindergarten level PowerPoint slide I put together last year is, I think, much better even than a regular table or chart or graph, if only because I used like these big cartoony arrows. It gets your attention. It lets you know that from 2019 to 2020 we had some things happening, some changes in the amount of activity we were seeing, and just identifying that for our planning commission members we felt was like an important step forward in doing this. Consider your capital budgeting implications of what you're doing, right? Obviously the report and its focus on priority funding areas is very much tied into capital budgeting at the local level as well as at the state level. And that's really critical to think about. But also think about those capital budgeting implications in terms of their land use implications. We're starting to now kind of make better connections between where we have substantial capacity in our general infrastructure and where we don't, where we have not enough capacity and too much demand, and trying to make that connection between those ideas and the actual planning we do is a big step. It's important to do those scoreboard things that I was kind of very gently mocking before. You have to demonstrate your achievements. You have to show what you've accomplished over the past year or over the past 5 years, but make sure that you do that in the context of identifying long-range goals. So, in Frederick County, we have a goal of achieving 100,000 acres of preserved agricultural acreage by the year 2040. And so, in addition to kind of saying, here's how many farms we preserved last year, and here's how many acres there were, and here's how many total acres we have, this is just a slightly different way of looking at it. It was saying, how much would we have to preserve every year in order to hit the goal that we've all decided was our goal for the county? And as it turns out, if we stay to our roughly 12-year average of 155 acres, we would actually achieve our goal. So there was some useful information that came out of that. It wasn't just kind of reporting some rote numbers to the state. We actually used that to say, okay, we're pretty much on target. And as it turns out, we're a little bit ahead of our target. So good for us. Providing project updates, another important aspect of this. Obviously you can use your annual report to kind of look at progress made on local planning efforts. Look away from your site plans and your subdivision stuff for a few minutes and kind of look at the larger efforts that are going on. Remind yourselves that you're members of a planning commission, right? You do reviews, you do plan reviews, you do subdivision stuff, but it's also critical for you to grab that steering wheel sometimes and really think about what it means to be planners. A lot of you do that. I encourage all of you to do it more. Remind yourselves you need to make sure that you're maintaining an active role in the planning of your community, right? Think about the options available to you. Use your position to advance the goals of good planning, regardless of politics. Move forward, put forward, ideas that your local jurisdiction can benefit from. Let me end with looking over some benefits to this new enhanced effort to Planning Commission and staff. Having a discipline of an annual discussion and debate, really important. I've worked for so many planning commissions over the years where we've agreed, hey, we've got a new comprehensive plan and every year we're gonna take a look at it and make sure we're hitting our targets. And I would say that we actually do that in like 5% of the places I've ever worked. So this is a good discipline to have that annual discussion. The benefit of this annual report, it's a single source of a lot of key information, right? It's a public document. It's a citizen service for the people who want to know what's going on in their communities. It can also help you identify where you don't have information that maybe you should have, or that you want to have, or that you need to have. It's a great self-assessment tool in terms of your process, in terms of your outreach. Use it as an opportunity to look at your protocols and your systems and your processes and maybe look at ways of improving that. As Planning Commission members, you have a really unique point of view on this, and you need to share that and be upfront with that. It can also benefit Planning Commission and staff by providing context for the other activities of a Planning Commission. And my favorite, it uses something that we have to do, that we're required to do, to propel a local effort. That's kind of like using a mandate to do something cool at the local level. What are the benefits to elected officials? Hey, a single source for local planning data. You don't have to send them to 3 or 4 places if they ask you a question. It can frame policy debates around the idea of planning and making sure that planning is at the forefront of what they're thinking about. You can use it to establish spending priorities. You can use it to identify public service or facility needs. You can use it to identify potential legislative action. You can identify weak spots in data collection analysis, which is also something critical for elected officials who often run on these kind of data sets that support their political ideologies. And it provides a constituent service. So, for elected officials who might be hesitant, hey, it helps them out in the work that they need to do. And finally, is benefits to citizens. Again, single source of local planning data. It can help citizens identify public service and facility needs. It can build support for government action, and provides an essential service, perhaps the most important one, which is information. Resources needed to do this. Start with whatever you have internally, your in-house data sources. Doesn't have to be a big to-do with your GIS data analysis. If you have that, great, go for it, use it. But you can start small, you can start with what you have. Use regional data resources. Use your local councils of government. Use whatever regional access you have to the reports and to the work that's being done at the regional level. At the very least, it gives you a context for your own efforts, gives you a context for your own data that you're collecting in your community. And finally, think about an annual report theme. Think about every year maybe having a slightly different theme. One year, maybe you look at like housing issues. One year you look at transportation. One year you might look at jobs, whatever it might be. Think about this theming as a way to make it a little bit more interesting for you, as an incentive to collect a little bit more information or to analyze information that's already out there. Just an added thought. So in summary, we can complain about the fact that we have to complete our homework, the state is making us do, or we can use the state requirement to seize this opportunity to engage in a more thoughtful discussion about the future of our community. And to use the oldest trope out there, if life hands you lemons, make lemonade. So I encourage all of you, planning commissioners, go out and make some lemonade, do your annual reporting, think about how you can use it to best accomplish your goals as a local jurisdiction.
Can you hear me?
You're on, David. Yep.
Okay, I was trying to make my screen full. How does my screen look?
It looks good. You're gonna have to scroll down, but
Well, it's not scrolling down, but I'll go quick. I only have a few minutes. I want to thank Carol for doing a great job of going over the requirements for the annual report. Did a great job doing that. And Dennis, outstanding job. I liked your last line. You know, when the state gives you lemons, make lemonade out of it. I mean, this is a state requirement. Annual reports have been due since 1952. And the state gave local planning authority to jurisdictions. That was one of the requirements, is to do an annual report. So it's been a requirement for 70 years now. So what I'm going to do is going to give you some of the resources that we have. A lot of you have met Joe, who's hosting this this webinar, and Joe has a host of regional planners, including myself. I'm David Dahlstrom with Upper Shore Regional Planner, and we provide resource help to jurisdictions. So consider using us as you embark on some of these activities. So on our website, we have a number of annual report tools, and I think the easiest way to get to it is if you go on our website, maryland.gov, and just type in annual report. It'll take you to a list of topics, which I can't seem to get to.
David, if you probably click in the middle of the page, it should be able to, you should be able to scroll. Click on the scroll bar.
I don't have a scroll bar. There we go. So right here, show results for annual report. There we go. Click on annual reports. It comes up, and so here's our website: local assistance and training, local government annual reporting, our annual reporting tools. Another way to get to there is when you're on our homepage, up here in the top, we have something called Our Work. If you click on Our Work, and then you click on local assistance and training, that's the office that we work in. And it's not letting me scroll.
What about the scroll bar on the right, David? Can you click on that? Or that, that'll work.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Local government planning, and then here on the left side we have a number of topics, and one of the topics is local government annual reporting tools. So you can get to it either that way, or just type in annual report into the search, and it comes up to this page. And every year we send out a reminder letter. So that's the letter to planning directors that just say, remind you that your report for calendar year 2020 is due by July 1st. But what we also have are a couple of reports that we do. And as Carol had mentioned, there's a requirement if you have more than 50 permits, and there's a requirement if you have less than 50 permits. And it's new residential permits only, not units, it's permits. And so what we've done, since the requirements are different, is that we've created a short form. And the short form is if at the end of the calendar year, you don't have more than 50 new residential permits, this kind of summarizes what you need to do. And it's relatively short. So you can click on it. It's a Word file. You can open it up, and then you can amend it to fit your jurisdiction. It's completely available to amend. So you just go in here and type your name of your town and your board, and let's see. I can't get to the scroll button. Page down. Right here. But then we have, some of the legislative requirements that Carol had mentioned before, number of permits, whether it's inside or outside the PFA. Are you scheduled to complete a 5-year report? Were there any growth-related changes? And then it's yes or no. And if, of course, if it's yes, you can just type in what your issues were. And as Dennis mentioned, you can do some analysis with it. You're not just bound to this. Just let you know what those requirements are. And if you have more than 50, we have the long form, and you click on the long form, and you can append to it, and there's instructions on what to do. And then here's the long form. It's got the list of the legislation requirements, so you can click on that, and it'll take you to the land use article that tells you, where is this requirement? Why am I have to do this? And so there's a list of tables that what you can do to fill it in. Did you do any new comprehensive plan elements? Were there any amendments to your zoning map or regulations? A development capacity every 3 years. We talked about that. Also, there's sections in here about if you have an adequate public facility ordinance, whether you have to, and you had any restrictions in the PFA area. But if you don't have an APFO, you can simply just cut that out of that template and make it your own and not do it. Also, we have a form for the 5-year report, and the 5-year report is due every 5 years after you adopt or update your comprehensive plan. So you can click on there, and it gives you the requirements of the 5-year report, and it lets you know what the sections were and what the requirements of that 5-year report are. And then the last thing I wanted to show you, if I could go back, is to, let's see, we're going. There's a document here. Assistance training. Let me go back to the local government planning is where it's at. The 10-year comprehensive plan cycle, on that, we have a transition schedule, and I'll click on municipalities. But if you want to know when your reports are due, so here's a list. Aberdeen, your comprehensive plan was done in 2011. Your local jurisdiction annual report is due every year, July 1st. If you had an APFO report, it would be due every other year, every 2 years, so it's every even year. Your 5-year mid-cycle report, I showed you the template for that, and then when your next 10-year cycle is due, so when your comp plan update is due by. And then, of course, on the other column, you get Churchill and all the others. And so you can find your jurisdiction. You're only going to find jurisdictions that have planning and zoning authority. If you don't have that, it's not on. So those are some of the tools that we have. And I'm going to end there so we can take questions.
Thank you, David. There we go. I'm gonna. Yep. All right. Stop sharing. I thought you wanted me to. Okay, we have a lot of good questions. I'm having some personal technical difficulties. So, John, you can handle getting rid of. Oh, that's it. Okay. John knows what he's doing the most here. All right. Well, we have quite a few questions. We're also out of time, but what we have more than questions are thank yous and congratulations on an excellent session and presentation. I know a lot of the questions I had were eventually answered once I wrote them down. So that's a sign of a thorough presentation. But I will say I'm going to try to boil down a couple into some questions. So you talked about the importance of this as a benefit, not just the staff, not just the planning commission, not just the elected officials, but also the community. So I'd be interested to learn how Frederick County, and others will be interested in learn how Frederick County, communicates this with your annual report to their community. Do you ask for feedback? Do you engage them in it once it's either during the development process or the final process?
Well, I can probably answer that because I'm probably partially responsible for the fact that we haven't done a great job of doing that over the past a year and a half. So our plan came into place in 2019. So we've had basically one partial cycle and one complete cycle, and we were a little late getting some of our implementation documents out the door started. So the intent is to have a very thorough public process that begins with the Planning Commission and goes to our county council, involving our county executive as well. And along the way, this will be done in a much more public way. We had public meetings which were virtual, of course, but the intention is to make it a more public process and to invite people in to come in and give comment as well. Whether that happens as a sidebar meeting, whether it happens as part of the Planning Commission process, or later in the County Council, or all of the above, we have yet to see how that'll work out.
Thank you. Here's another one more focused on the staff. So annual reports take a lot of time for staff to prepare. Have you integrated all this new work into the year-round effort of your staff, so it's not all at once? They're having to create a much larger report than they had to in the past?
Yeah, definitely. We've taken some baby steps towards making sure that our data collection was something that was not an event, but was just part of the kind of the day-to-day routine of what we do. So we've developed a kind of a master list of things that have to happen, like weekly, monthly, quarterly, annually, and our annual reporting data to take a little bit of the load off at the end, and to hopefully allow us to a little more time to do some analysis. We've really tried to come up with ways to make sure that we have the information we need as soon as possible after the end of the calendar year. And we're lucky enough in Frederick County that we have somebody who is just doing our data and demographics work. And he works in concert with our GIS folks as well to make that happen. But Frederick County is going through some transitioning times. We're kind of upgrading systems. Our data collection at the point of contact with like permitting and development review was recently upgraded about a year and a half ago. So it's all new to us, but we're trying to figure it out, and we're trying to get ahead of it so that exactly we're not scrambling at the last minute to pull it together.
Thank you. So somebody who was very excited about the presentation, thought it was excellent work, but can you share recommendations on how best to get started in their own communities, in their own jurisdictions?
Carol,
do you have any thoughts?
I think you really, staff plays an extremely important part on this. They are the ones that have all the data. They are the ones that put this together. So it really, you do have to rely a lot on staff. But, sometimes staff will present us something and we, add a little touch, or we might ask him to add some more information or some more data that we want to understand and see. But again, staff is really the ones that can answer those questions as to presentation, how to communicate that to the rest of the public. So
I would say getting started is, we were lucky to have a planning commission that was super engaged and was basically pushing us to do something a little bit different. So that was using that as an example. Go to your planning staff and let them know, if you have a planning staff. I know a lot of you may not, and if you don't, then it means working with your town manager, for instance, or the person that's handling your permits, and let them know why you feel that this is important and why you feel that it's necessary to take the effort and sometimes a little additional cost, even if it's only in like person hours, to pull data together so that it's ready for you as a planning commission. Again, if you're kind of tasked with doing it yourself and you don't have staff to do it. If you have staff, have a conversation with your your planning managers or your planning directors and let them know that it's critical to you to feel that you as a planning commissioner want to do a little bit more with the information that's that you should have access to. And I don't think you'll get a lot of arguments. There's sometimes a little institutional friction with this kind of stuff, but I think ultimately everybody kind of sees the benefit locally, which is why I really want to push folks to think of this as a benefit to your local communities. That just happens to serve a statewide goal as well.
Yeah, I couldn't stress that. I'm going to stress even more. I'm going to say, if you don't get a response this one time, just keep trying and keep pushing. I know we had a discussion about the annual report for quite a few years now that we were never happy with it. So I think Dennis is working very hard, and I'm looking forward to the actual final presentation of this annual report. I know he's been working very hard on it, but like I said, it's just, I think planning commissioners need to show that they are interested and that they really want to help. So just keep asking if you're not getting there. I know some of you have planning commission staff that are dedicated to the planning commission. In our case, the planning staff is not dedicated to us, but they do all the data and all the research, so we have to work with them.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one more question, but I also want to thank you for kind of address how can smaller municipalities or jurisdictions that don't have staff, push something like this forward. So then you kind of answered two questions in one there. All right, so last question, because I know we're running over, and I know Frederick County has a lot of these. How do you work with the municipalities in the development of this report?
So that was another kind of sore spot with us because we have 13. I should really know this. I've been a county planner for 16 years in Frederick County. 13 municipalities.
I'm not cutting that from the final recording. Don't.
Let's put it this way. I think we have 11 that actually have growth plans. We have 2 jurisdictions that really don't have any kind of growth spec'd out. They're surrounded by ag preservation lands or whatever, so it's really infill. But over the years, we were relying probably a little too heavily on a single individual to make those contacts at the municipal level. But since, not just Livable Frederick, but I'd say in the last 4 years, we've really made a concerted effort to reach out to more of our local municipal jurisdictions. We lost contact, real contact, real human contact with a lot of them over the last couple of years because of COVID, but we're really making the best effort we can to engage them. We have a quarterly or maybe 6 times a year now meeting where all the municipalities kind of send their planners. We have kind of like a little breakfast meeting, and everybody kind of talks about the things that are bothering them, the things that are going on, and we do that specifically so that we can hopefully be more responsive to what it is municipalities are looking for. This does not, if you're a county planner, none of this works if you don't have a good relationship with your towns and cities. If you're not getting the data or you're not getting updated data from them, it becomes a very difficult exercise to complete accurately.
And if we have, and this planning commission has been very sensitive to the municipalities and their plans. So when we take a look at water and sewer amendments or even land preservation that are adjacent to community growth area, we are very sensitive to what it is that the municipality wants and what their comprehensive plan says.
I'm going to give David Dahlstrom, if he's still on, a chance, because I know David, in his role as a regional planner, for the state, is often, helping counties and municipalities work together. So David, and he's our main person that, compiles the reports, and he develops our own annual report. David, you were with us for a second, then you disappeared. There you are.
All right, yeah. Well, it varies between different jurisdictions. I know like Carroll County, they compile the annual report in consolidation with all their jurisdictions. So each of those jurisdictions, the planning commissions review the report that the county has prepared, and they send a letter saying that they agree with that report. You know, that's a unique way to do it. You know, others, I think as Dennis said, the towns and counties, they may or may not communicate well with each other or share data. And then others do a pretty good job of it. And as Carol showed in one of her first slides with our map, that's from our annual report that we send to the General Assembly. I didn't click on it, but it is on one of our resource tools. The report that we compile is put up there. That we get, in general, about 19 of the 23 counties submitting their annual report every year. So we get participation from everybody. It's supposed to be a statewide report, and we get participation from about 60% of the municipalities.
Well, thank you all. This was a great session to wrap up the day. And it was extremely informative, and I think a lot of people that couldn't attend this session or the conference would be interested in reviewing this one again, and maybe reaching out to Dennis and Carol about some insights on how to initiate or beef up their own annual reporting process. So thank you all very much. I'm sorry we ran over, but I think it was well worth it. The conference starts again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We hope you can join us. We have 3 sessions tomorrow that will have AICP credits. Give me a second here. So we hope you can join us. We're also going to be celebrating and recognizing the great work of citizen planners, 4 specific, well, one's a group, and then 3 specific citizen planners from around the state at the lunch hour tomorrow. So we hope you can join us in celebrating their work. Thank you again, and I will see everybody tomorrow. Have a good evening.